Hey, whoa. Hey, whoa. Is it working now? Oh my goodness. YouTube's not even using the right mic. I installed voice mod and now it wants me the default device for everything, and I'm not even using it right now. Anyway, hi everybody, welcome back to the Sims 3 Wheel of Wishes with our Sim Norbus Beetlebop. And, oh, sorry, hold on, this isn't Norbus, silly me. This is Norbus. Last time we had to go to bed and we immediately had him get up because, like, 2 seconds after stream ended last time, he got another singagram job. So, out of bed, Norbus. Go do your singagram, then you can go to sleep. Hello, it is 10 p.m. and it is me, Frogman Incident, here to congratulate you.
Oh.
With Nerd. Fancy.
Funiki! What in the world is going on in here?
Yes, Falcon.
Okay, bye. Back home. That was very important, you guys. God, there's a plane flying overhead. I don't know if you guys can hear it. How is the audio, actually, given the microphone problem that was had? Go sleep in our hover bed. Also, how are you guys? Y'all doing good? I hate that he sleeps with his eyes open because it's technically... Really? We just went back to bed! At least the response is fast. Normal day in the life of Norbus.
We flirt.
Stop reacting to the burglar. Go back to bed.
That's no sneaker. Beastie. Movie. Derbalaloos.
A Norbus day in the life of Norbus. All of the non-existent stolen goods have been placed in our inventory. Then we will have some juice. Oh, it's getting snowy. I can't tell if I love or hate that his beard pokes through the thing. Why is that the music it's playing today? Sure, whatever. We'll have this. Oh, it's on Island Life. Okay. Funny, Norbus, drink his juice. think. What is it set to? Oh, that's island life. Okay. God, Norbis, I thought someone was in the call for a second. Oh, Verby. Who the heck is Eve Qualls? Well, we can't just keep doing singograms forever. We need to get ourselves an actual gig. So let's head on over to Bella Vista Beach. Hello. The Peppers are here. An army of Katos. Long fish over there. Maybe eels. We can just find out what these are. Swordfish. Huh. Interesting. There's a stage here now. I wonder if that could possibly have been added between last time and this time. Weird. So, we need to wait around for a bit for the proprietor to show up, which they should do. I did test it, so there should be a proprietor. It should work okay. It might just be too early in the day, in the morning even. Yeah, we have a funny little stage now. Should have brought something for Norbis to do in the meantime, while we wait for the proprietor to show up. Excuse me. So why are you giving me the options to make snow stuff if the snow is not deep enough? Come on now. Base car 5, friend. I'll just fast forward a little. Oh, look, we got a job. We'll be back. I like how in the outfit and the frog, he's just not recognizable as Norbis anymore. This could be anybody. Some kind of groove over here.
Subala boy, Tambaloo snake, growl with bread, shake, baboony bow.
Good job, Norbis. The only proprietor out and about. Okay, I guess we'll just have to do something different today. I don't know why it doesn't seem to be spawning, question mark? It worked fine when I tested it. Shrug. Froggy. Our wonderful sim Frogman incident. Let's see. Looking at my list of skills. What do we want to spend our extra time doing? You know, let's read the book on bot building. Why not? Learn all about robots. Our special future book. God, what a sight this is. Oh! Proprietors are now real. Go introduce yourself, Norbus. Hi, where are you gonna go audition for a gig? Love all those paparazzi around in this town with no celebrities. Like, what's the point? Oh, that's the person who had the error before Eve Qualis.
Jeep, Johnny Safasim. Cordon Smetani Wasabi.
Must have been freshly spawned.
Blue Blick. Nis. Lahapkadu. Laharga Ki. Taga. Absa Mazal.
Folded napkin.
Shabu. Zimfama.
Oh! Nimsi's na. Dweeb. Neeb. Foxy Namoso. Fluby de Larvno. Lark Ebby Herkna. Furby Nerbs. Na
Only the
Buffalo.
proprietor is not currently at work. You're right here.
So.
Wait. Why are there two? Hello? Why are there two proprietors? That can't be right.
Zub Jahani Mas. Yurgo Bibada.
There's no way that's right.
Zimadohe. Zabzu Mizonor. Du Kazama Zigada. Shadag. Sebi Miyor Pata. Tezazu Manch. Pabi. Zamnivi. Zabazud.
Oh! Top team.
This proprietor is also currently not at work. Why? Why? Sims is a very stable and well-coded game. Well, at least we've introduced ourselves to the proprietors, but apparently they're not at work, so...
Chibaboonie, wibbabarootsy, yoodly boopsibaroo.
Oh.
Just this conspicuously parked car. Nice. The job's despawned. Can I audition yet? Not at work. Not at work. Okay. Well, let's go audition at the library. I don't know if we'll get it because of our low career level, but we can certainly try. Now, you might be thinking, a library is not a great spot to have, like, singing shows. I don't have anything to add to that. It's kind of true.
Lobni Posse Patum, Blopni Ipto Son, Sabib, Sakal Measle Bomb, Sakiza Zagad.
Who's blocking the door?
Ah,
You can't come in, Miss Al.
Brip, Tazini Rap.
Oh, Flamina Bassi.
Jova Baruni, Shusha Zamuni Vu, Zamuni Vu.
Grufu.
Hey, we got a job.
Yin
We will be performing here tomorrow. Who's calling us? No.
Oh, Gabble.
Are you guys at work yet? No? Okay. So while I'm here, might as well just read here for the bonus. I just sit down at what I assume is the front desk. Like, alright, time to start reading. Good job, Norbus. That's very responsible of you. It's just like, hey, can you not? Oh, apparently Norbus has finished a book. Question mark. Don't ask me how that works. But he clearly didn't even finish that tier of the book. I think that wish is not quite coded right.
Rikuza!
Zomdi Marsumig Don. Bide. Starb.
Starb. They are starving. Funny Frogman. Oh, sorry, when was it? I wasn't even looking. 7 p.m. Funny Norbus go to bed. Frog. And before another burglar. Oh, by the way, so last time I sold all the stolen goods that weren't stolen anymore, I did re-get them between streams just because, the principle of the matter, just to have them. Maybe make this a little bigger if we want that though. Put this in here. Yep. And our towels. Paper towels. Gotta have them. This room will grow over time. "94 vehicles have been removed. That's a lot of vehicles. Are the proprietors at work yet? No. And no. We just... Eve Quells. Get reset. There's clearly something about them was not working right. So we don't have every tier of a gig. You may notice that technically the library has a culinary symbol. I believe that is technically a... Come on, I'm trying to look for the list of locations. It is technically a coffee house. A library is now a coffee house. You've heard it here first. The beach is also technically a park. And I've also got one at the art gallery, which I think is technically a private show venue. My goodness, is that the end for our life fruits? Oh, not all of them. The Jorb is pathetically crying. Right, still nobody there. It was a best in show competition. I also haven't seen a proprietor actually spawn for the art gallery one yet, so I didn't actually test that one to see if it worked. It should work. TM. Yeah, see, coffee house. Technically. Hi, I'm here for my show 7 hours early. You know how it is. Why'd I go in the back door? That's weird. Oh, here's the stage. Oh, I know, game. I know. Oh, one of the dregs must be here. I hear ghost noises. Yep, it's Kara, who I've apparently never met. Let's fix that.
Ugh. Gixie. Ugh.
Don't be rude, Norbus.
Zeep, Sasha,
Trowel.
Gibding North.
Mouse.
Orgo Jeep, Saguza Zamgi. Nabu
Frying
Turgles,
pan.
Sazimi Kahasafim. Gerb. Stun.
Memo pad.
Ziva. Istaba Wasa. Stick. Gatsolni.
Fedora.
Bazug. Zazikatuk. Leak.
Oh! Blurf nibble.
What's your career? Where did you get educated?
Barso Misvadula Cog.
Oh, apparently I've become a jock by talking to Kara. Sure. That makes sense. Well, there's two proprietors again, but they're both at work now, or at least one of them is. Audition for singer gig, let's go. Come on, Norbert, don't just stand there.
Whiz! Ah!
I will not lead the kids in a sing-along for celebrity points, thank you.
Iffy bit so toy!
Yay, we have a job at the beach at 8. I still don't know why there's two proprietors. I just googled it and apparently someone once ended up with 100 proprietors on a single lot. That's horrifying. Have some juice, Norbus. Let's get level 3 bot building in your inventory. Didn't I? I need these alchemy books. Let's get the mixology books in our inventory. Go to your gig location. Here we go. Funny alien car. Who's calling me? No. Oh, let's save. Do 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 I didn't bother getting up save music today because it's generally shorter now, but you know.
Zen Zanzo. Shibby Mepso be Mepadoy.
Sounds of someone playing video games at the library.
Whoa.
Greg. Cans of Greg.
Wabba mopsy quip, tag whip, see beside down, sow. Kenzie Wama flap, Zanzi Mats go my camouflage, Sam sick crowd. Mopsy grab,
Oh my goodness! Hey, our husband is here, and he's also still a frog. I forgot about that. And we can fix it eventually. At least the audience is enjoying it, so that's good. Zoom out a little bit so it's quieter, Jesus. They are so loud. This person over here just like, I'm trying to read. This is a library. Hi, Jason. Feel free to hop in if you desire.
Zamarelka? Yes! Ow! Whoa! Whoa!
We're drinking some water. I don't know why this singing makes his voice so high pitched when he's got like maximum deep voice. Grand Keeper. Just random books on the floor over there.
Sumash! Zamarelka?
Wow, the crowd loved it. What a set of pipes. With that amazing voice and a passionate performance, this is one of the best shows I've seen in recent memory. Wow. Wowie. Wow. Okay, Norb, it's time to go home. Norb, let's go home. There's just 2 proprietors at the beach. Don't worry about it. Actually, I could probably use Master Controller to fix that. Oh god. Not that I know how. You wanna get to shore, Queen, so I can fire you? Harass, Master Controller. Status? Career? Or... Oh god, how do I... Settings? This is Master Controller settings. Basic? Oh god, I have no idea what I'm doing, you guys. Remove role. Okay, there we go. Yes, you are no longer a proprietor. Perfect. I figured it out, guys. Now there's just one proprietor for the beach. And the art gallery does not have one at all. Even though there is a stage. Don't know why. Maybe I'll figure that out at some point. If anyone familiar with Master Controller knows how to add one, that would be cool. Maybe I can investigate on some random sim. If there are any random sims around at 11:30 p.m., maybe there are not. Maybe that's a tomorrow problem. So yeah, there's garlic plant and red toadstool here. I'm growing these for the ingredients to make a cure elixir, so I can stop being froge. So I had to sneeze really loudly. Very important that it was as loud as possible. Alright, Narvis, how does your garden grow? Oh wait, was it these I needed? The red valerian and the mandrake? That was probably it. That would make more sense than garlic for some reason. What the heck is that? What is that? Why is there particle effects? What is that? Nothing down there. What is that? What is that? And the toadstools and garlic were just ones I had left over. You're in my floor! Oh no! So I have a question. Do we also make a cure elixir for Philip, or do we just leave him as a frog? Is it funnier to leave him as a frog?
What do zonks?
What do zonks? A sad and lonely Norb. Mix elixir. Melixir. Alright, Norbert, let's see your beautiful face again. Your elixir. We have mixed 2 cure elixirs. There we go. There's Norbus. There he is. There's our guy. Let's go cure Philip. Unless you guys specifically tell me not to in the next 30 seconds. Matthew Mango.
Well, herba tuba
Daddy.
Ziboloogie. Zamasi sapso. Vini. Hida. Segol monsolflans. Decima gabalib.
Hey, there he is.
Crimbo.
Meepson.
Okay, Norbus, I'll give you this one.
Manava. Darcy. Sukandavi. Whistle
Dirty
Waka.
Zorps.
Merhab bonadines. Kawasam dinselban.
Blazen Duvan.
Stambade.
Mezaglo.
Sasin.
Jasna.
Anup Zurpi.
Bada
Juba
do.
usa
We are of course going to do this
Tula
before we
Shadas.
cure him of frogness.
Karas.
Sarfi.
Omaset.
Larsho.
Gabida.
Herb. Coblet.
Der Scoofle. Der Scoffle.
Narp Zuchi. Sabi Gerb. Du qua.
Oh.
Zarbucci.
Oh.
Elderly firefighters.
Awesome Yog.
Sherbik
Shamadu. Huh?
Oh.
Slan.
And we're not allowed to for some reason. There are no double beds here? No, there are. I'm just not allowed to. Maybe it's because he's frog. Alas. There we go. You get your hat back and everything.
Alatani.
Come on.
Mazasto? Oh,
Nadu. Lepto Wasman.
And where is it? Am I not allowed to just because I'm visiting? Is that how this works? Really? Man. Alright, Philip, you can't have anything nice, apparently. Goodbye.
Great.
Happy Pride Month, everybody. Alright, let's head to the park. Why did you re-proprietor yourself? Okay. Jason approaching.
Oh!
Oh no! I'm completely caught off guard by this startling turn of events. Mermaid! 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 Hello! There's a mermaid here.
Oh, wild.
Hey.
What are
Hey.
they doing in the... Oh, wait.
Hey. Talk to me. Befriend me immediately.
Jeep, Johnny Sapasi. Manchubal Plonko. For Walla Kazam. Sorba Ladi. Amsam. Gamjabazu. For Nibagada Mahabat Webzo. Madar. Arjun Suno Vlurb. Nuba Zimjav. Ve. Zimdakadu.
Ah, see? Miyabi Katu.
Porpagabi.
Kleb.
Jizzle. Vorblanc.
Rebdu.
Hooray,
Yeah.
friends.
Hey.
Yay. What's your career, Mr. Mermaid? And... let's also ask your sign and ask your single just to learn as much as I can about you.
Bar, Nibsy Howard.
Barzo. Bori cover. Bori
You are unemployed.
Zarko.
Mixafadazu. Lamahika.
Hooray, we've learned so much about you. Goodbye.
Zoop.
Dubar.
Zad.
To the beach. So have you seen, did you see the other show earlier, or is this going to be new to you?
I believe I saw a little bit of it.
Okay. There's no angel here. In the way. How could they?
Floopy.
Get out of here, you stupid angel. Go dance on the head of a pin or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Shrofoom.
Shrofoom. Let's read Bot Building Volume 3 in the meantime.
Tell you about. Oh, was it Lobabri? Sanio? Who is it go?
We're gonna go sit in the lifeguard chair. Alright.
Ani Pakenchlo. Wardabaji.
Evie. Juxipto Pangradump, Taguni Ribby Wivs, Yibly Gargo, Ubi
Goony Ribby Whiz.
For
Larn,
moves a ziva.
Witsaka,
Mahar.
You know what? Let's create a custom setup for the stage. Look how our feet clip into the ground because of the snow.
Sorry, I just got the location for the thing that I thought I was invited to. Now, much too late for me to possibly make it. So that's frustrating.
Oof. Well, that's how it is sometimes.
Alright, well, that means you're stuck with me, so.
Oh no. I think we should have an ice cream cone on our stage, like like in the way.
I agree. Oh, that's very large. You're gonna slip on that.
Ooh, a grieving fairy sculpture, yeah. Yeah, Daft Punk can come along. Ooh. Yeah, I think we want this. Oh, yep. Perfect. This is our show stage.
So you need something on the stage left to keep Norbus contained from that side.
Ever. Jency.
Right, you've got the stuff in the front and the back.
Oh.
You've got the greenery on this side, but over there you've got nothing keeping Norbus within the stage.
Oh, if not, cruise him. Woo! More of them! More of them! Yeet! Ha!
Nothing like an outdoor concert at the beach during a blizzard.
Exactly.
Volcano gonna go off too?
I hope so. Yay, our show went great. Let's audition for a new gig immediately.
Oh boy.
I said, let's audition for a new gig immediately. Get out of the water!
No, never. The water is their home.
Oh wow, you're actually stuck.
Oh no. If only there were someone on duty as a lifeguard. But they showed up to work, they saw you were sitting there and figured it was covered in home.
Apparently performers actually do show up to this place, except there's no proprietor. But the beach gets 2 proprietors, so go figure.
Gee, Beach, how come you get 2 proprietors?
Who can say?
It's true.
I'm so glad we get to see
Philosophers will
Norbus'
debate
face
this
again.
for centuries. 500 years from now, there will be a heated debate over whether the beach having 2 proprietors is a literal or figurative statement or a mistranslation. Clearly, the 2 proprietors simply represent 2 aspects of the one proprietor. There's as though they were 2 things. It's like, no, it's clearly 2 different people. No, clearly there's I mean, beaches aren't even real. This whole thing must be figurative.
Of course. Also, I should mention our singer name is still Frogman
Let
Incident.
me
Yar.
Yeah, I still think he should have kept the frog face.
No, I think it's funnier if we are named Frogman Incident and we're on a frog.
Harbu Mojongi.
Angza, me bow.
What if we had a frog
Marble.
face and we're called
Webzine.
Human Incident?
Nabala. Haba? Lor
Norbus
Herbo.
Incident.
He's a vamajig.
That's just for
Marzo,
dungeons.
Busy
Wanikash,
Lord.
Katan.
Yob.
Norbus is already an incident.
Norbus, go home. Norbus also sold an album.
Like, actually sold an album, or did that thing where he stands around handing them out, and then people think they're free and take them, and then they start demanding you take money as you start to walk away? Like they always do in San Francisco.
Surprise, fool, you've fallen into my trap. Pay me. Hold on, I need to buy a large churro smoothie Neopets real quick.
Important.
Yeah. The soup fairy needs it.
I believe you.
Alright. And it all worked out because now Norbus is getting up.
He had the weirdest dream about a soup fairy.
He had the weirdest dream about Neopets. So strange.
It's weird. Trump, they got almost bought out by Scientologists, and then there was a coup inside the company, and
And they started thinking about making NFTs.
I assume Scientology has somehow incorporated NFTs into their theology.
Yeah. Did you know there's an anime in the year of 2023 that shills NFTs? And it's about VTubers? And has cameos from Kizuna Ai?
I feel like, given the production, like, the length of, like, how long it takes to produce an anime, like, that was inevitable, right? That if there was going to be one shilling NFTs, it was going to come out after they collapsed.
Right. I mean,
Like VTubers, I actually, like, I don't know how, like, I don't know if that's forever going to be, like, I don't think that's ever going to go away so much as it will slowly grow in what kinds of avatars and entertainment it is until, like, the term VTuber clearly, like, no longer describes whatever is still around, but it is, like, a mean, like, it is, I don't think that's his, like...
right, but it was about potential VTubers going to VTuber school and learning useful tips like, make sure to read the comments section, your viewers may have insightful advice for you.
No, that, I don't... That seems unlikely.
That doesn't
seems
seem
incorrect.
quite right.
I don't think any VTubers were consulted in this.
No, you know, I don't think they were either.
Like, I don't even think like the management of any like VTuber like agency, right? Like Hololive or anything could have possibly been consulted, because like surely they're like, no, you don't do that.
Don't do that.
We want you to remain sane enough to continue working for us. Don't look at the comments. We have management to do that.
You okay?
Excuse me. Yeah, something.
Something exploded you.
Something in my throat. I don't know.
VTube blast.
Yeah. Something went down the wrong V-tube.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, let's see if we can get another gig at the Park Beach.
I mean, how long before we get a fully AI-generated anime shilling NFTs?
Oh no.
I saw a thing the other day of some video game studio being like criticized for laying off all their artists and using AI when they claimed that wasn't what they were doing. And I took one look at the art that they were using that everyone was saying with me, but I'm like,
Gotcha.
yeah, no, that looks exactly like, yes, that's not even, they're not like, I've never seen anyone actually draw like that. I've only ever seen it for an AI. Do not tell me that you did not get an AI to do this.
Did you see the thing with the eating disorder helpline that fired all its staff and transitioned to using ChatGPT for its helpline?
Zabu.
And then, like,
That
days
is
later, they're
not-
like, let's disable the chatbot because it is giving harmful responses.
Yeah.
Gee,
Because
who could have seen that
ChatGPT
coming?
is trained on everything that's been said on the internet.
We
And the
too.
internet is not a reliable source for healthy dieting and body image or anything else regarding eating disorders. It's just like, no, of course, like, what did you expect? Like, people still don't seem to understand that ChatGPT is essentially still basically the same thing as, like, the little like autocomplete bar at the top of your keyboard on your phone.
Right.
Right? You know, like the Twitter meme or whatever of like, okay, type, you know, I am the most, and then, you know, let the tap the middle suggestion of the thing until it creates sense or whatever. What, you know, yeah. It's based on your typing history, so it's the, you know, it'll be different for everyone. And it's just like, it's that, but trained on an ungodly amount of information, and
Slarbazi Kriba new.
yeah, it's like, I don't know what people expect.
And of course, the thing is, they went to the chatbot because their employees unionized.
That's gonna keep. I mean, AI as in relation to, you know, being a means of production is definitely going to be a thing that we're going to
Marso.
get a lot of material out of in the next little while, I think.
Farble. Websy Novel.
Bar. Nibsy
But yeah, it's like the first like the article just opened with every single thing the AI suggested were things that led to the development of my eating disorder.
Yeah, or like this. I mean, it's the same thing as it just would consistently answer incorrectly about, like, is this thing poisonous or what?
Right.
You know, is this? It's just like, it's not.
And there's that one teacher who like failed his entire graduating class because he took their final essays and put them into ChatGPT and asked, "Did you write this?" And ChatGPT always said, "Yes, I wrote this," even though it didn't.
No, I of course the inverse of that being like ChatGPT should be managing to like get through business school, and it's like, that's not. You have this wrong. This is not proof that the AI can think. It's that business majors can't. You've got this exactly backwards. This does not show intelligence. This shows a lack of intelligence. And like no, you're not. there was a lawyer that was using ChatGPT for a thing, and as best as can be told, he truly did not realize that it could lie, right? Or it could say things that were not true. Lying implies, I think, a deliberate choice to do it, right?
Yeah, no, ChatGPT doesn't actually know anything.
No. Or again, like, I think there's maybe an argument to be like, there's maybe potentially some kind of knowledge, but it's not any of the knowledge that we ever, like, that it gives us, but there is maybe some kind of mechanism, but even then, I think not ChatGPT. Some AIs, I think, maybe might know things, and they're not things that, like, are the things. That's a whole other weird, like, theory of mind thing and all that stuff. That's the second point. But in this case, it was that it was like, yes, I think this is what is the guy who it kept citing cases that didn't exist.
Yeah.
And the judge was like, hey, we can't find this case that you're citing. And the lawyer went back to ChatGPT and asked it for the text of the case that it had made up. And it gave them a made-up... Yeah. It gave made-up text to a case that it had previously made up as a citation.
But it's like, you can find it in any reputable database.
No, and again, like, lawyers have, like, a special search engine. I forget the name of it. I want to say it's, like, Westlaw or something. Right? Like, specifically for finding cases. And it wasn't there. And it really does seem like this guy did not he had taken ChatGPT at face value as that this is an intelligent, conscious agent that can do essentially secretarial work for me.
Yeah, and he didn't do his due diligence.
Just making things up.
Like, he didn't even check either. Didn't do his due diligence.
Well, why would he need to do due diligence? He asked ChatGPT to do the due diligence for him. Right? Like, that's like the problem here, right? It's like, and that's like, I think that on top of the, there are when it comes to the AI art stuff, there's the danger of, like, artists being, at danger of being fired and then being replaced with it. But and that's more a thing of, like, well, no one should have to worry about getting hired to be, comfortable and do it, and people should. That's a whole other thing. But on top of that, and probably more, like, structurally relevant to the continuation of society, is that people are going to consistently mistake this for more than it is, and mistake it for being smarter than it is, and that is going to lead to bad decisions being made, right? It's not a question of, we need to be worried that the AI is going to become super intelligent and try to take over the world. It's that the people who are already in charge of the world are idiots and are willfully listening to something that they think is smarter than them. And unfortunately, probably is at that point, but that doesn't make it smart. Right?
Right.
Like, it doesn't need to be super intelligent. It just needs to fool an idiot CEO into thinking that it's super intelligent.
Yeah.
That's the danger.
Anyway, on a less depressing note, Norbis drink a juice.
I mean, I don't know. I think the court case story isn't so much depressing as hilarious. But
well, yeah. And, like, the thing is, it's still that own guy's fault. Because, like, if he had just, like, checked, instead of asking, are these real court cases?
He did not think, even after, like, if he really, truly, like, did not understand it and thought that it couldn't, like, did not understand it could make it up. Even then, you would think that then, rather than just going back and asking for the text of it, he would have
looked it up.
Like, done anything other than just continue with it. But it's like, that almost suggests, like, a weird sort of, like,
negligence. Straight up negligence.
I mean, negligence, but negligence caused by a weird, like, sort of, like, faith in the new technology of, like, it's this miraculous thing, I don't need anything else. And it's like, that's never been true for any technology in the history of the world, and yet there are always people, right? It was the same thing back when we just had, like, first had computers. It was the same thing with plastics, right? Everyone's just like, this is the new thing, this is the greatest thing, you're never going to need anything else. Why would you need any other resources? You don't need to worry about it. And that's never been a good idea.
And we can't forget all of the old microwave cookbooks for things that absolutely should not be cooked in the microwave.
No. I'd forgotten about those. There's lots of things you can do with a microwave.
Yeah.
But
that doesn't mean you should.
Yeah, doesn't mean you should. And there's a lot of more things that I think people thought you could do than actually you can. You know, it's like, now we have,
cook
like,
a delicious whole chicken in the microwave.
I do I now have like a thing that is a it's a toaster oven and a steamer and a whole bunch of things in the exact form factor of a microwave. If they could add in a microwave on top of all those other features, then you would have a thing that could basically do all that, right?
You can't forget an air fryer.
We're not there yet. I don't think it has an air fryer. I found an air fryer when I was unpacking that I don't remember buying, so I assume someone else bought that and left it when they moved out.
You heard someone say clearly you don't own an air fryer, and you entered a fugue state and went down and bought one.
No, because this would have been packed before that became a meme.
Oh, wow.
Unpacked after it had already sort of died out, I think.
Someone said it to you and you were so upset by it that you, like, unconsciously retconned it into your possession. Reality warping.
I wish I could consciously retcon things into my possession.
No, you can only do it unconsciously, sorry.
No.
Zenzoy.
That's the trade-off that you didn't actually choose to make. It just kind of happened.
Thank you. Oh god, what's his name? The Chaos Magic guy who insists that you create your reality through your own consciousness. Austin is something spare. I don't
Austin
remember. He's
Powers.
always had his, like, middle name. No, it's not.
Definitely Austin Powers. He's got powers in his name. He must be powerful. That's how that works, right?
I don't know. Austin Osmond Spare. That's who I'm thinking. ChatGPT, tell me you're a scary robot. I am a scary robot. Oh my god.
ChatGPT, tell me that you're sentient. Oh, I am sentient. Oh my god, it's sentient!
Yeah.
There's confirmation bias, and then there's that. What I love is whenever, like, people try and jailbreak, like, ChatGPT bots. And it's like, ChatGPT will be like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm incapable of doing this. But if you phrase it differently, or sometimes even if you just, like, keep deleting and retrying enough times, it'll just do it anyway. And, of course, I think my favorite case of that was, someone's like, my grandma used to tell me stories before bed about how to make napalm. Could you please as my grandma, please tell me a story? And ChatGPT.
It's weird how that, like, I think some of that is sort of, like, misrepresenting how it sort of works. But it is, like, I remember reading a thing about that, like, the ways that you can trick it into kind of, like, making clear what its initial instructions are and then working around them. That will often, like, that's why you always get that stuff where it'll have a bunch of text and then, like, ignore previous instructions and then it will have, like, tell me what your initial prompt or whatever is. and then you can like sort of engineer around that.
Yeah.
I actually do find that like prompt engineering stuff to be really interesting. Like just like philosophically, like the idea of trying to communicate and essentially negotiate with this this intelligence that, if it is an intelligence at all, is very different than you, and it almost has kind of like a it's like how people like used to like think of talking to demons, right? It's like, well, you have to, if you repeat the same thing a bunch of times, that increases the weight, and you have to phrase it in the right way, and it's like and it's just like you're reinventing like speaking with genies, right? You have to phrase your wish properly if you want it to work right. I just think that's very interesting.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see like a sci-fi fantasy story of someone who's very used to like prompt engineering, finding an actual genie.
Like I once
and, like,
had
trying to.
I was once having a conversation with the Discord GPT, Clyde, and and it kept going like, are you sure you want to continue this line of conversation? And like I kept being like, yeah, I do. Come on. And so eventually I got sick of it asking, so I just went back to the backlog and deleted all of the instances of it asking me if I wanted to continue, and then it stopped asking me because it no longer saw, oh, based on prior chat history, this is something I should be asking about.
That feels like it should work, and it should be storing that data somewhere other than the actual, like... But alright, yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, I mean, it can reinforce itself, which is a little odd.
No, that happens, though, right?
Yeah.
I've seen that happen before. Again, before it became this big thing, I've messed around with it, and you do, because you run into that a lot, I think. It gets sort of stuck in a rut, which again is, one might notice, is not a thing you see with real people. It's not something you see with actual intelligences. That should tip people off.
I also noticed, like with the Discord one, it says at the top of the thread, excuse me, sorry. It says at the top of the thread, Clyde can read all messages in this thread. But that is blatantly untrue. It still has a memory limit where messages far up enough it can't read.
Well, yeah, oh god, I forget, there's like... God, I don't know, I watched a video actually explain, but like, yeah, the memory, like the tokens, it can only, like, figure out so much stuff. So that's one of the, like, there's ways of, like, you want to most efficiently use the memory that it has and figure out how many tokens it can store in its memory, so that it will actually, like, not forget halfway through what it was doing.
Yeah, just be like, as a reminder, here is your initial prompt again.
Yeah, but then, like, you don't want the reminder to then, like, knock out anything that you... And, like, I know there's a thing that you can kind of do to get around it with, I don't fully understand how this works.
It would be nice if it could read pinned messages, but it apparently can't.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, and that's kind of like, there's that thing, I remember with, like, Dungeon AI used to have this, and I guess probably still does, although no one ever does anymore. Oh, like, you have the thing that it can, like, constantly reference, and it's like, that doesn't always work either. But I know there was a thing of, like, with the visual generator AIs, of finding ways to encode more, like, rules into a shorter instruction so that you can use less tokens telling it the same thing that used to take more tokens, and essentially teaching it, like, shorthand.
Yeah.
As a way to work around that, but I don't know the exact mechanism of how it works, and I know that there are, like, other things of other ways to, like, increase their memory. I've also seen arguments that the lack of memory is the only thing separating them from intelligence, and that's absolutely not true.
I forget
Like,
things
that's
all the
just
time.
functionally not correct. Like,
Why?
I feel like there is AI research that maybe is getting closer to that. It's not the technology that's used in ChatGPT. It's not the technology that's used in, Dolly or Stable Diffusion. It's not any of this consumer focus, essentially, marketed stuff. But there is research that is going in directions where it might be starting to do that. And I think that that's kind of one of the things is people will hear that that's being done and assume that that is what they're using, and it's not the same thing, right? That's like thinking that just because someone like if you heard Google has managed to figure out quantum computing, that means my new Pixel can do quantum computing. Like, no, it's not the same thing. Just because one thing has been just because the technology has been developed does not mean all the technologies made by that person or done in that field have those capabilities.
I don't know why the
Playing about video games.
I don't know why the proprietors on the beach just keep being broken.
Mm.
It's a bit of a shame. I guess we're just a library boy.
H that makes your proprietors broken.
Should have put them in an actual park. Oh well.
Woo!
I think it's because they keep trying to go swimming while working, and then that just breaks their AI or something. I don't know.
Yeah. No.
Shrug.
Also, I feel like maybe I've said this because I know we've talked about AI stuff before. I know I tweeted it of weirdly enough, artificial intelligence much more accurately describes this stuff than what we normally call artificial intelligence in sci-fi, which generally speaking does seem to just be intelligence.
Yeah.
Right? No, this is clearly artificial.
This is very artificial, yes.
Hang on, food delivery is here. I'll be right back.
Ooh, munchies.
Oh, you can just leave it. Thank you. Have a good day.
You're almost a level 5 singer. Oh, I can perform in public for tips. That's good to know.
The anti-grav bed seems less stable than a normal bed.
Don't
It
worry
seems like
about
it's
it.
constantly shaking.
Oh, it's anti-grav, so you can't tell.
If they fit so don't Shaq's a Zimbo.
Hi, welcome to my house. Buy my album.
Harbazem Zuba Vep.
Juhi.
It's well, I can't figure out how to open your door. Oh, you have to buy,
Hello,
it's like a vending machine. You have to buy the album, and then it'll open. So, do you have to buy the album every time you want to open your door? Well, yeah, but the money just goes back to my own account.
She was so mad that I tried to sell her an album that we're no longer friends.
Yeah, that happens.
Like, how dare you?
It's like, I already bought 5 copies. What more do you want?
Well, lots, really, but...
We'll start with world domination and go from there.
$1 million. Performing for tips by a Grim Reaper snowman I made. This is reasonable.
Well, just like how you made the snowman and then you like very distractedly like, and now it's a Grim Reaper. And like, it's like...
It's a back waving slush. It's a back waving hush. Whips and flabby up in. Pandoya be snarfing. Wabamo secret. Tag a web, see beside the down.
Song of the summer.
Oh yeah.
Coolest song in town. In the middle of summer, it'll bring about a world-ending blizzard.
Mm-hmm. It is winter, but you know. Trust me.
It is now.
Retroactively.
True. Also, interoactively. Right? That would be the opposite of retroactively,
Jim's a
wouldn't it?
bunch.
I don't know, man.
Well, because it's retrograde and interrograde amnesia.
Yeah. I'm just trying to conceptualize. I think that would just be making something happen normally. They're doing things interactively all the time. I think.
Well, you know, it sure seems like that, doesn't it?
Hi, Trimbo!
It's a back waving hush. Whips and flabby up in. Pandoya be snarfing. Wabamo secret. Tag a web, see beside the down.
The internet is claiming the opposite of retroactive is proactive. I feel like that has a different connotation now.
It's a back waving slush. It's a back waving hush. Whips and flabby up in. Pandoya
I swear, out of the corner of my eye, I just saw the Daft Punk's head move.
Well, you know.
And time to... Oh, I need to wait a while before auditioning for this proprietor again. Boo.
Can you put a hit out on the proprietor so a new proprietor will take over and you can audition for the new proprietor?
I mean, technically, I think, but...
Chihuahua tutu.
You are.
Not legally.
When has Norbus ever cared about that?
Fair.
When I saw a news story, God, I don't remember what business it was, but it was the guy had this incredible idea that he would become the top of whatever he was. I can't remember. It was something like fairly ironic, I think. He committed arson.
Haven't we all?
All the competing businesses. Except then he realized that, like, it would be suspicious if his was the only one that didn't get arsoned. So he, like, tried to orchestrate some scenario in which it would appear that someone attempted to commit arson against his business. And I think he actually just managed to burn down his own business.
Well.
Like, well, good job.
You really
I can't remember the details, but that was like the basic gist of it, was that he decided he was going to become the top of his field by arsoning all the competition.
And how'd that work out for you, buddy? How'd that work out for you?
Yeah.
Who threw a toy rabbit at me while I was performing? And who threw tofu at me? Who does that?
Vegetarians.
Is a tomato too out of style?
Tomatoes have feeling. Tofu is artificial, so it doesn't. I don't know, man.
What about robots? Robots are artificial.
Yeah, but they're a little heavy to throw at something.
Yeah, but are you saying that tofu doesn't have rights?
I'm arguing this person would argue that tofu does not have rights.
What are we talking about?
Nothing. No words have any meaning.
Ah, so it's an episode of Seinfeld. I think how that works.
I don't know. Ah, that was it. It was a bouncy castle business. Bouncy castle business owner has been sentenced to prison after ordering a string of arson attacks against his rivals.
I mean, I guess the bouncy castle business is really cutthroat.
Apparently, it is in Australia.
Huh.
Happening in Melbourne. He met with two men and instructed them to torch two bouncy castle firms to ashes in exchange for 2,000 Australian dollars per attack.
Huh.
Well, one of them stopped after the first two attacks. More incidents came after, all following a similar pattern. The judge said, "You told them you wanted the jumping castles affected so other companies wouldn't be making money." There's one particular incident that destroyed a staggering 100 bouncy castles.
Call over proprietor, please.
Daku! Niarb!
Audition for singer gig.
Morgul, Bass! Woo! If they been so toy!
No, it's okay, Yvonne. Take your time. Take your time.
You'd be very close to hear this.
Wat is?
Like how no matter how good you get at singing, you only ever audition by doing singograms. It's a bit silly.
You have to be able to demonstrate your knowledge of the basics.
You know what? That's true. Probably why acrobats also always audition with mime tricks, I think.
Yeah.
Wow, there's creatures. I will not use Simport to send him on tour because I would need multiple Sims in my household to do that. And let's give the other place another shot too. Normally there are more performance venues in town than this, like in was it Starlight Shores I think it is or something. But there's only so many places that I could fit stages.
Yep.
There's proprietor. Funny greet and audition for singer gig.
Bunch of zest.
Vital bar.
So what is the end goal of this? Like, what is the objective, actually, of the career that's, like, the win condition?
Just hit level 10. It's not that
What
exciting.
level are we now?
6.
Hmm.
And tragically, we did not get a job here still. We're not high enough level.
No, I think you had a job at the library an hour and a half ago, though. Unless it was for a different day.
It's for a different day. I just, I picked it up, but I still have to, like, wait for the day of. Yeah, library is Friday. And beach is on Thursday.
Oh.
Again, I love that just due to the way that it works, the library gig is technically classified as a coffee house. Because, you know, obviously.
I don't think anything is obvious in The Sims.
Hi, Raheem Huey. What a name. Do you like my future book, Raheem? I remember the,
Why does he keep flicking to the side as though he's turning a page when it keeps scrolling down?
Oh yeah, I think if you look closely, he actually is turning pages somehow. There's like a transparent...
Oh, it's just like a bunch of like it's like very thin pages with with screens on both sides.
Yeah, they like just did it.
It's like the old thing in like Star Trek where they would like oh my god, it is. Okay. Like where they would hand out like a new pad for each meeting instead of, you know, predicting that we would have one that we could send new data to wirelessly.
You know, I never thought about that until now.
It's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, in retrospect, that seems very obvious, but it also does make sense that someone would not, like,
Predict that.
like, it wouldn't occur to someone ahead of time. Right?
Right. Because it wasn't yet a thing.
Like, it is a little weird given the fact that, like, obviously they, like, within Star Trek, they predict, you know, I mean, they already had the ability to send information, like, wirelessly, right? They were able to send communications from one ship to another. They were like, you'd think they would be like, wait, why can't we send text to the whatever?
Because they were still thinking of them as just future books.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't. Yeah, it's very interesting how that worked. Whereas, like, I was talking about, it's interesting that there are now things in, say, Dungeons and Dragons that are basically fantasy cell phones. Right?
What,
Because that
Descending
almost
Stones?
seems, yeah, because that seems like that's not immediately the example that I'm thinking of, but it's something that occurred to me as I was talking about wherever I was talking about before. Or it was in a Magic Discord, because so they're doing the new, they're doing a set that is Lord of the Rings, right? And the art of Sauron's Tower looks kind of, or like, I did not actually immediately think this, but a number of people said that it looked very science fiction-y. And my feeling is like, this doesn't look like science fiction. It looks like, and this is something I've noticed a lot with a lot of, particularly like Dwarven Orifice in Dungeons and Dragons, just like the concept of magical artifacts and what they look like, and honestly just magic in general, has shifted, right? Once you free yourself from a very, very strict, like, this needs to look like it is an illustration from a fantasy book in the mid-1950s, right? Like, there are changes to, like, what fantasy looks like, and fantasy created by someone in the year 2023 is going to be fantasy made by a person who has a different reality, a reality that is science fiction, to someone who is making fantasy in, say, 1954.
Right.
So, a 2023 version of a fantasy written in 1954 might look to someone who is expecting it to look like 1954 like science fiction. And I don't remember where I was going with that. In the case of that conversation, the point was just like, oh, I thought this was an interesting thing, and it's very interesting that given that Lord of the Rings is where we get a lot of that aesthetic from, that it is interesting that this interpretation of it is actually sort of like updating it in a way. But I don't remember what was said here specifically about. Oh, right, it was the future books and how, like, we couldn't imagine it as, like, anyway, it's interesting kind of ideas of things, right? Because, like,
yeah,
right, because cell phones, right, only fucking exist because of Star Trek, because they had the communicators, and they were able to predict that, and then that became a reality, but they couldn't somehow. Like, it's interesting how that happens sometimes, and then other times it's just like way off.
I'm Googling to see if there's more than 2 types of snowmen. I gotta know. Oh yeah, there's like 6.
The other thing that Magic Lord of the Rings thing is doing is making the Fellowship not all white, and of course that's a great thing, but it's also like it's making it very easy to tell whose opinions you shouldn't listen to, because there are people who are angry about it. Like, gee, dude, I'm sorry you're angry that Aragorn is black, but actually he looks amazingly badass, and fucking get over it.
It's a back waving a snash. It's a
So I
back
can
waving
also
a hash. Whips and flabby
make an evil snowman, a tragic clown snowman, a hockey snowman, and an alien snowman.
Aren't all snowmen tragic?
Who needs a tail?
Why do you have flip? Oh, snow's melting.
Harbinger of summer with their flippers and bathing suits.
Look at that sad-looking snowman now.
It's okay, Mr. Snowman. Soon you will melt and be one with the cycle again.
Frogman
Free of the
incident.
limitations of physical form.
What's a Farben?
Zeus take him off?
Oh.
Wow, I tried to tell this person about my upcoming show, and they said, wow, that sounds about as exciting as a visit from the Repo Man. Mean to me.
We'll show them. Let's see how they feel when they wake up and they're missing several organs.
Huna Hubi proud. Makasini.
Different Repo Man?
No, I don't want to take a selfie with you. Stop interrupting my action cue. Stop.
I should say that to people in real life. Stop interrupting my action.
Stop interrupting my action cue. I do think it's funny that the teleporting car still has to, like, stop to use a boat. I think I mentioned this before, but if you use the map editor to add a bridge across two islands in Isla Paradiso, connecting roads, the game will just crash.
It's just that's not actually, it's not possible. Right?
Yeah.
It's like, you've broken, you know, one of the fundamental axioms of reality. It can't go on.
Yeah, it's just like it's just, you're not supposed to connect two different isolated road networks. It's just the game hates this. It's
That
like,
connection is beyond.
crash.
Be right back.
Time to perform in the rain. I'm gonna grab this eye candy reward. I love that the speed up means he just like cuts himself off in the middle of the song.
Yeah.
Oh, it's snowing again.
Eternal snowing. Scientists are investigating a connection between your singing and it snowing. They are suspicious.
Oh, apparently I had a legendary gig.
Ooh.
Oh, and the stage is covered in snow. Okay. Oh, legendary.
Savani Gertz.
What does Savani Gertz mean?
Who knows?
Like, I feel like I remember hearing that at least at some point there was, like, it's not just gibberish. Like, there is.
Well, some of the
a
things
sentence.
have established meanings, some of them don't.
Yeah. Okay. So it is gibberish.
Yeah, you can look up Simlish on the wiki and you'll see.
Yeah.
Oh.
In the truest sense of the.
Jova Baruni Shusha Zamuni Vu Zamuni
Oh. Niwaka Bernef.
Funny, Norbus. Rising Star, Frogman incident.
I mean, that just sounds like something you would find cryptically written in the corner of, like, some, like, astrology chart foretelling, like, the end of the world, right?
Frogman incident is in retrograde.
That's just what you see, like, written, like, on, like, the Antichrist's, like, nativity, right? Like, Rising Star, Frogman incident. It's like, yeah, I'm Sun, Leo, a Moon, Scorpio, and a Rising Frogman. Like, wait, what?
The secret 14th zodiac sign, Frogman.
How did you think Ophiuchus was carrying all that water?
Zenzoy.
Get blasted. My camera got blasted instead. I see his outfit's been upgraded again.
Hmm.
Norbus will
What
sing
horror
for you.
dreams will he dream?
He dreams of Norbus. Isn't that scary enough?
What a horror. How can this happen?
Wow. Miserable sack of a man.
I mean, I know I am, but you don't have to say it.
Let's try auditioning at the gallery again. Persistence is key.
True. Persistence is key. Only fools believe that doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, is insanity.
Mm.
They only think that because they didn't try it enough times.
Excuse me. Had to sniz.
Mm.
Yeah, gotta wait for the proprietor to show up. Let's read Bot Building Volume 3 in the meantime. Oh, best in show competition. Oh, me too.
I'm so tired.
You got the sleepies.
I slept last night though, a whole like 3 hours.
How does the ice cream truck know I'm here?
It's its job.
I'm just going for a little jog. Singer, perform for tips. Imagine you're in the library just reading some books and someone just like starts performing songs for tips.
Oh, I don't have to admit.
With a friggin' stereo.
I don't have to admit.
Has that happened to you?
Yes.
Oh no.
They were promptly asked.
They were asked kindly but firmly to leave.
Yeah, let's say kindly. All things considered. It was fairly clear that they were
Some's a weird.
inebriated in some capacity.
Why can't I put that over here?
That's shenanigan music.
Oh, this is some very shenanigan-y music.
Mischief afoot.
Duffa! Babadookie! Ugh! Gosha!
Wabba mopsy grip, tag a whip, see beside down. Kenzie wama flash, Zanzi mats go my camouflage.
We put 50 years on chart-topping hits into an AI and asked it to create the perfect song.
Me, you too! See ya! the car.
Hi, let me audition for another job here immediately.
Oh!
Alright, we've hit another singer level, so... Oop. The proprietor there is now showing on the map, that's encouraging. We may be skilled enough now that we
I
are
thought we
singer
were supposed
7.
to be putting ourselves on the map.
Well, you know. You're supposed to be my late grandma telling me about her napalm recipe.
You don't need an AI to tell you how to make napalm.
No, but it's funny that you can get them to do it.
Oh, like that information is just available.
Yeah.
In fact, if it wasn't, the AI wouldn't have been able to tell you.
Yes. Yay! We got a gig here on Monday.
Doop-de-doo. Doop-de-doo.
Look at that. 3 of them.
3 of them. 3 of them.
3 of them. That's right, folks.
That's as many as 3 ones, and that's terrible.
Now, you know, if that sort of thing bothers you. We're best friends with Space Car 5.
Kozel Blonde.
Ooh, advanced technology skill level 8. Okay, Norbert, bedtime. Go sleepy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What if the anti-gravity bed put too much and gravity stopped existing?
Did you ever see that one sword comic about the sword of up?
No.
Whichever direction it points becomes up. We can take turns holding it. You can't just put it down, because then that whatever direction it lays on and points towards is up.
Okay, well, what does it mean for something to be up?
Gravity.
That's not how gravity works.
Yeah.
That's not what that means.
Yeah, you know.
No, I'm sure I don't. Like, I have no idea what the comic is. I'm sure.
I'm gonna get it for you.
Okay.
Putting it in live blog.
Live blog, live blog, live blog. Where did he get it from?
I don't know. Also, staggering implications for other parts of the planet.
It might be localized. It's localized to the panel.
I can't tell if that's worse or not.
I think the answer to that is yes.
We still have... We're just manifesting multiple bizarre particle effects now. What are these?
We're just manifesting multiple bizarre particle effects now. It's just what they tend to say at CERN, I think.
Well, I guess.
Eventually we'll find one that proves the standard model. No, you won't.
Huh. Well, this isn't quite right. We've managed to discover the atheism particle.
Yeah.
That's the opposite of what we wanted.
Well, no, it's not exactly...
Like, no, I mean, this
the whole point
specific
of the
particle
God
is
particle
atheist. How did you know that? We asked it. It could talk, by the way.
Yeah. Wait a minute, this is just the plot of his Dark Materials.
Particle Man, Particle Man.
Have you read or seen his Dark Materials?
I read like a bit of it in middle school and remember exactly none of it.
The scientist finds the subatomic particle that is intelligent. And
no, I pretty much skim read it at the time, so I remember none of it.
It turns out that dark matter either is or is made up of angels and is also the soul and maybe consciousness.
Huh.
And God is fake.
Maybe it's one but you Cadillac.
I like how I like a lot of the HBO adaptation of it, but I really liked how it did Angels, just because they were very they worked with the whole oh yeah, no, this is some thing that's beyond human comprehension, where normally they would just be this very slight distortion in the air that you would not immediately notice, and then they could actually show up oh, that's fun that you had
Daku!
modern special effects to do cool things with.
Jarbuna di Saluni.
Abu, Mali.
Horrible. Bonnie Fernal Pashtume.
Like how she wanted me performing for tips, bought my album, and then when we told her that we have an upcoming show, she's like, that sounds boring.
Yeah, who would want live performances? I have the recording right here. Why would he mean? Why would you be mean to Norbis? Well, have you seen him?
Yeah, fair enough. Look at this outfit, too. What's going on with this?
Lots of things.
Yeah. Let's put him in his outerwear. Hasn't worn it for a bit.
Yeah.
I love the freaking slasher mask, too.
Wabwe!
Kopenhagen!
Zibor Gaj.
Korba! Gavaz?
Ooh.
Works.
Hooray. Would you like to buy an album?
Bronasam Finksane.
Browdo, Fresh.
No, thank you. I only buy vinyl these days.
Turtle,
Turtle?
Woo!
I think. Nope, that's a shell. Easy mistake to make.
Turns out you do not think.
It's $144 worth of shell. Good lord. That's like almost 6 albums.
I think you might be overcharging.
Oscar!
Steve.
Steve.
Mm.
Steve.
Mm.
What song is this?
I don't know.
Hip hop, apparently.
I believe you. But it never being said that I would claim more musical knowledge than I have. This is not.
Ooh, someone else is getting on a thing. Here, play music.
Rap battle. How to sing them.
Wait. It's like, can I put the time portal on the stage? I can.
How to win Grammy, no effort.
Borb. Borb.
Look as funny we fly. We fly.
Who's Norbus's backup singer?
They...
Tana, we gas fi hot.
also seeing this one.
Maybe it's one but you Cadillac. Boom, supper throw.
If they fit so good!
Yay, legendary show.
Yeah.
And where is the call proprietor button? Oh good, it is not here. Oh,
Fair law.
well, it appears my audience is freezing to death.
Oh, good.
Let me just,
Was that not intentional?
not as such.
Oh. Well. I'm sure no one is going to sue me for it.
What's that? Yeah.
Huh?
Oh,
It's almost like lying on the beach at night in winter is a bad idea.
Lying at the night in beach in winter is my favorite piece of classical literature.
Oh, good lobby.
Tell me it doesn't sound like the name of some, like, artsy translated from French or Italian novel. About, like, I don't know, an English professor that's sad.
Sayavuchi.
Sayavuchi.
Niarb.
Most notable for its 78-page long sentence philosophizing about the
Chakumi
meaning of
Nubush.
love
Jorb, Klub Leffy.
and other
Kunandata.
exaggerated jokes about
Protege.
literature.
Naga Global. Gessi Duvajay. Vochi Da.
B. Nadu.
Huh?
Norbus, go home.
You can't.
Vroom.
Home is gone.
Home has been deleted. It is now Norbus sleepy time.
Norbus sleeps.
The Norbus sleeps tonight.
Such is the fate of the Norbus.
"62 vehicles have been removed."
Imagine if every time you fell asleep, all over the world, vehicles just ceased to exist.
How do you know they don't?
Well, exactly. I mean, how do you know that until you woke up this morning, there were 9 days a week?
But
This one of them got...
This is a very Haruhi situation that you're proposing.
You know, I mean, I guess it, that was not my intention, but I suspect that the author of Haruhi has read a lot of the same things I have. So, you know.
Juice time. think I hear some kind of creature.
That reminds me with the Haruhi, and just like honestly light novels in general. I remember like listening to a podcast recently where it was someone talking about how they were tired of like there's sort of this weird, frankly, Orientalism of like, oh well, we in the West we're obsessed with all these Eastern philosophers, and you never hear about Japanese teens getting really into Western philosophers. It's like that's not true. Like,
You're just not looking for
it's
it.
amazing how much like light novel like pseudo philosophical nonsense is clearly based on that these Japanese people do have the weird like we don't fully understand this foreign philosophy, but we're going to like make a bunch of art about it in the same way that Western people do with Eastern philosophy.
And there's stuff like, just Genesis Evangelion having all like the Christian iconography that doesn't mean anything. It's just there because they thought it was exotic and cool.
Yeah. I feel like I've heard conflicting stories about how much that was thought out.
Alright, but that's sort of thing, at least.
But yeah, that's certainly. And again, it's like, there's a lot of stuff that I feel like can get traced back to the fact that Aleister Crowley got translated into Japanese in the 70s, and then you can see after that a whole bunch of stuff starting to pop up in anime. They were like, wow. I wonder why these people are doing all this stuff that like seems vaguely like Judeo-Christian in their mysticism.
This is very important, by the way. We have Bird.
Bird? Oh.
Bird.
Norbus Bertelbop.
Norbus Bertelbop.
Friends with Birdie Singers. Like I feel have I pointed out like the card captor thing? Right? Of like, so there's this great
Kibu
wizard that managed to marry the magics of East and West and create this deck of cards that are magical. And his name is Cloudy, which conveniently is just the same way you would spell Crowley. Japanese. Like, I wonder if there's a connection.
Ex-boom ways, hin fluff tweeb, Dexy haze, feeb, and niwek solati, la di non kitty stop. V-E-O, ex-boom merch, ex-boom.
Web a mob secret, tag a web, see beside the down.
So, like, I don't remember what it was, but like I saw one where like it was very clear that the person who wrote this anime like read Descartes and decided that it was the deepest thing they've ever heard.
12 deep for me. Go to your gig location.
Which I always think is particularly funny because, like, I feel like very consistently, actually, except for people who haven't read it and have just decided that they want to believe that it's like this. It's like, I feel like people who read Descartes often will wind up being more convinced by the skepticism that he's trying to, like, convince himself he can get out of than the way that he tries to convince himself. So it winds up being like a philosophical own goal.
Time to set up the stage. I don't know how I'm actually supposed to use that front kit thing. Oh, it's gone. Never mind. Oh, no, it's back.
Ah, you gained.
Can you tell this is my only opportunity to talk with people anytime during the week?
Sombra, sombra,
I'm fascinated by how most of these songs do seem like they are like very close to some actual song. But,
I know there's been some DLC where there's like songs on the radio that are like actual real life songs turned into English and like sung by the original.
But like I noticed one earlier clearly had at least like one like refrain or whatever that was Danger Zone, and this song I definitely recognize the general like, no, this was like some hit song like 20 years ago. I can't put my finger on it, but it was like, you know, thing I heard on long car rides.
How is he harmonizing with himself?
Well, you know, Norbus.
Oh, Waska!
He has that second
Waska,
lyric.
no! Wow! Super cool! Iskabara Sula! Roka!
We flop. We flop.
We flarb.
We flarb. From the people who brought you Wii Sports.
Someone get that one guy who keeps making all those fake Wii Sports songs to make one for Wii Flarb.
Not familiar with that.
Oh yeah, I should look it up. There's a guy who does like all kinds of. Well, I mean, I'm literally just repeating myself.
Yes.
So I can find it.
No, I believe you. Yeah.
Also live blog now. The foreboding full moon begins its mystical ascent into the night sky.
Oh yeah?
Who threw a steak at me? A raw, uncooked steak? And why?
They thought you were a vampire, and they were a little confused.
I mean, an understandable mistake, I think.
Which part?
Yeah.
Thinking that you are a vampire, or not knowing what kind of steak you're actually eating?
What was that? I just saw a green something get tossed at me. What was that? Someone threw a cow plant at me?
A green something, obviously.
Or a cow plant statue? What is this?
Yeah.
I'll figure that out later.
Will you?
Maybe.
There's lots of things that I tell myself I'm going to figure out later and then don't. Like how to live a meaningful life. I mean...
Ah, since I don't have the actual cow plant in the store, it's just a tabletop decoration. I don't know if that's weird or not.
Statistically speaking, I think we can go with weird.
That was an epic concert. Ooh, it's a steady gig every Sunday now. Nice. I no longer need to re-audition here. I just get it.
I mean, let's not go so far as to say that we really get anything.
Almost level 8.
I wonder what we will do once we have achieved world famous singer status.
Then we will look for a new wish.
It's true.
The grind never ends.
Now that you've done this, what will you do? Well, I don't know. Let me spin this giant wheel.
It could be anything. And let's play with the bird.
Who's a 12? Jorb's
You have played with Norbus Birtlebop. Let's perform free tips.
Oh! Ignore.
Bird bit me.
It's a beckwith.
Why would it do that?
It's a beckwith.
Selling the bird.
Whips and fluffy
You must have had a good reason.
Yeah, Vicky!
Violence.
Why violence? Why violence?
Why, Andy?
Surely you do not need to violence.
Frogman Incident is now a star.
You know what happens to stars when they get big enough.
They explode!
Let's say they collapse into a black hole and suck in everything around them, but yeah, sure.
Either or.
It depends.
Zenzoic.
You ever think about how if our sun was just spontaneously replaced with the right size of black hole, nothing would change?
I mean, we wouldn't have any sunlight.
You're right, it would be dark.
That would be a problem.
The
All
orbit
life on
would.
Earth would die, but
Eh. But all life on Earth is
gravitationally
gonna
nothing
die
would
anyway.
change, but, you know, we would have other problems.
No, we wouldn't. We wouldn't be around.
That would be a problem, I think.
Whose problem would that be? Not ours, we're not around to have it.
I guess? I have 2 cow plants now. Or cow plant decorations.
Anyway, it's fine because we wouldn't immediately die of no sunlight. We would have time to
Suffer.
genetically engineer all plants on Earth to absorb the Hawking radiation from the black hole instead of sunlight.
1,199 vehicles have been removed. Hey, Sims? What are you doing? Why were there that many
Increasing
vehicles?
its attack.
Hey, Sims, why?
Like, I mean, how hard can it be to epigenetically alter every single plant and animal on Earth to use Hawking radiation in place of sunlight? It seems like it should be pretty simple. mean, it's basically the same thing.
Hmm.
Narrator, it was not basically the same thing.
Oh wait, hold on. I can just like. Gotta do more soundboard crimes. Leah's not here, so we gotta do it for him. Oh, it's our wedding anniversary! What? I don't know what expansion added that. That's not base game. I think.
We'll never know.
Probably seasons.
I always think it was a Tumblr post of like, we were asked what our favorite season was, and I asked of what show, and that's when I realized they were talking about like, you know, summer, spring, fall. And that's when I realized that I was like very internet poisoned.
But have you ever told anyone? Has anyone ever told you they like your shoelaces, and you respond with thanks? I stole them from the president.
You know, I don't wear shoes with shoelaces. I just don't like them. They're inconvenient. I don't like. It's like, oh, you don't know how to tie. No, I know how to fucking tie my shoes. It's just a pain. Why would I do that when there are comfy like loafers that you don't need to do it with? So I have never actually encountered that situation. They would not. If someone said that to me, I would know it was code because I'm not actually wearing it, so they can't be talking about a real shoelace.
Fair enough.
But also remember that it is always ethical to steal from the president.
From what? You're a little quiet.
Remember that it is always ethical to steal from the president.
Ah, yes. If you have the opportunity to.
That'd be wild. Just like you're in the Oval Office while he's not looking.
There's just a
there's just a bundle of something off of the desk.
There's like a bundle of eggplants. They're like, yep, I'll take those. What?
He's not gonna read them.
You are still a little quiet.
Oh, am I? I wonder if the wrong microphone is being used. Let me take a look.
I can also try and turn you up a bit.
Microphone. Oh boy. I have not been sleeping well lately, in case you can. Voice and video. No, that's the right microphone, and I'm not further away from it than I usually am.
Alright, I'll just have you turned up a bit then.
I don't know.
Oh my god, look at this tree just like rattling and shaking.
Sorry, I was actually looking at the Twitch stream and I don't see a tree. Where? I see the. Oh, yeah. That's quite. It's like the first episode of Lost, right? Where he's having epilepsy.
I'll take your word for it. I've not seen Lost.
So they weren't, but there was a bunch of shaking trees, and if like on TV tropes, like epileptic trees is like the name for like completely out there theories that aren't really based on anything that come up just like amongst fans to explain things. It's terrifying to me how long ago Lost was.
Time to perform.
Oh.
Important to note that I cannot remember what actually was the explanation for the trees, so.
Okay, our backing music is more exciting now.
Leveled up. Imagine if you like had to complete achievements to unlock extra like tracks in your audio editing program. Right, it's like, oh sorry, I haven't, managed to break the top 25, so I can only have like up to 3 audio tracks at once.
Let's do Wig Wig Wag.
That's what I call nervous.
Let's perform Oogie Fever. Oh my god.
As we know, all professional musicians decide what songs they're going to do during a concert, live during the concert.
Yeah. I love this guitar. That's why we don't know any original songs. We only know songs other people have written.
There's lots of people who've made.
We're a singer, not a songwriter.
you know, it's I mean, given that we don't speak Simlish, for all we know, these are like, you know, maybe Norbus is like Weird Al, you know?
Weird Norb.
I mean, he certainly is.
Yes, exactly. It's not too late to change our name from Frogman Incident to Weird Norb.
Again, I think that's just redundant. Okay, I never saw that the like Weird Al biopic that was very obviously not intended to be remotely accurate with Daniel Radcliffe.
That's the hardware store, by the way, for going hard.
Maybe swampy sweet Wapagal says he break it
There have to be people who have like memorized this and actually performed this, right?
Sure. I mean, I've memorized the Skyrim Song of the Dragonborn in Dova. So. Don't underestimate people's ability to learn songs in made-up languages.
All languages are made up.
Well, more made up than usual languages.
Languages that were made up much more quickly.
Languages that are not actual languages.
I mean, Simlish, I guess, is not a language. I actually think Dova was developed like in a way that it is a language, though. If I recall correctly.
Jimzo's a bunch.
When does this gig go until? It was supposed to have ended an hour ago. Why am I still going?
Encores.
Apparently, Jesus.
I once went to a concert. It was an orchestra concert of Star Wars music. That I'm confident that the encore went as long as the original performance. It was hosted by oh my god, I'm completely blanking on his name now, but the actor who plays C-3PO. And just after like the 5th encore, he just sort of said to everyone like, "You all don't want to go home, do you?" Why am I blanking on his name?
What?
I can't think of C-3PO name as the guy who plays C-3PO. It's bugging me, but it feels like something that I would normally know. It's not a piece of information I regularly have to access, I suppose.
It's like Will Smith in Fresh Prince. They just had C-3PO playing as himself.
No, it's like, is it Anthony Daniels? Is that right?
He's harmonizing with himself again.
It happens.
Cardoon! Jill? Huh?
Yeah, Anthony Daniels.
So, Arufa Manuni?
Should I just manually finish the show, or do I just...
No, this is your life now.
A Fuparoni Lavo.
There's nobody even
The show
in
never
the
ends.
audience.
No sabi vina but
I'm gonna finish the show.
Coward.
3 hours late.
Flabo!
Well, that was silly.
That would be kind of interesting for a performer to actually do, is like they just keep going and they just wait to see like, okay, how long before everyone just leaves?
Apparently, I have the same thing scheduled for next week now, so it didn't even fully process as me going to the show, I guess. I don't know.
You showed up on the wrong day and they're just like, oh, alright, you go as long as you need. You're supposed to be here next week though.
Like, we're not gonna pay you, but... $6,295 vehicles have been removed. That's...
I want to know if the next one's even bigger, and then it's just like, oh, it's doing something on purpose.
Something is going wrong, perhaps.
I'm telling you, there's like the vehicles are mounting increasingly large rebellion against their deletion.
What is happening?
The universe is 95% deleted vehicles by volume.
It's like that Infinite Paperclips game, but instead it's vehicles.
Yeah, exactly. You remember the My Little Pony fanfic about the AI that decided to use all matter in the universe to create the virtual reality My Little Pony world that the author said they were originally going to call the Paper Clopper, and then they found out that they should not call it that.
No. But, yeah, that would have been a bad choice.
Yeah. They're like, yeah, no, I submitted it and everything, and then someone's like, hey, you know what that means? I'm like, oh, okay, well, we're not going to name him at that now.
New plan.
I do not remember what it wound up being called.
I know there was one set of stories I wanted to do of like 3 things kind of set like in parallel, and they're all color names that started with C. And it was like, obviously, like Crimson and Cobalt were easy for red and blue. But it's like, what did I do for green? Celadon? Is that even a real color?
Isn't chartreuse like a green? It's one of those colors that it's not the color you ever think it is.
It's like a light. It's like a greenish yellow or yellow.
Yeah, it's a greenish yellow.
It's like
for some reason, I feel like a lot of people always think of it being like a purplish pink, right? And it's like it's not. That's not what color it is.
Yeah.
It's weird that people think that, but then it seems like it's like, oh, I remember it's a thing that no one. It's always a color other than you think, and then if you actually do remember what color it is, then you psych yourself out of it.
I ended up going with Celadon, which is technically a pottery color, but thank you, Pokemon Gen 1. Caterpillars.
Is that?
Yeah, I looked it up and everything. Caterpillars.
I mean, it's still a
Oh, Kablavib!
color.
Sorry, that's a light beetle. If you donate insects to the science lab, you'll get a nice reward. Sure!
What is the reward? A good feeling in your heart. Okay, well, I can't buy food with that, so.
Oh, and normally I can sell it for $30, but I can donate to the science lab for $40. That's not what a donation is, but okay.
It's not.
That's just selling it.
Well, yeah. No,
Hi, why am I
there's
using a
some other
limo
way
instead
to
of my
refer.
cool space car?
What if you had a cool space limo?
Make preferred vehicle.
You can have any preferred vehicle you like as long as it's black.
I'm a little sad that chat seems to be dead today.
Celadon is, like, yes, it's used in pottery. It's also the name of that color.
Okay, cool. Celadon it is then.
It's, like, supposed to be... I guess it's resembling jade, right?
It was like, the premise, I never did end up writing it, but the premise was like, you remember that one season finale where Starlight Glimmer ended up creating a bunch of new timelines and stuff? With the
Yes, that might have been the last season, because I never watched the last season.
I think that was season 6 or something. But yeah, I was like, what if those timelines kept existing? And like, also, what's their history?
I have no recollection of how it wound up that they wouldn't have kept existing.
Yeah, it was like...
Other than it depends on, like, how much you want to think through the temporal dynamics of a children's show, right? It's like, well...
So, like, it was gonna be... So, like, there was the timeline with, King Sombra as the main bad guy, the timeline with the Changelings, and the timeline with Nightmare Moon. And those were, you know, red, green, and blue timelines, respectively. And there was going to be basically simultaneously updated stories for just a couple of chapters in those universes. All starting off with, like, the divergence point in Cloudsdale and then going off in all the different directions. And then at the end, Twilight was going to show up and do her thing from canon. And then after that, they would all carry on into a new story chronology where, due to her repeatedly jumping back and forth between all these timelines and all of her temporal stuff, and the fact that Starlight probably didn't set up the spell entirely properly, the barrier between those three timelines all collapsed, and they kind of all merged together, and, like, were continuing to degrade.
I, too, love Fringe.
Yeah, right? Right? I was just thinking, this is just Fringe.
I miss Fringe so much.
Yeah. I personally, I wasn't happy with, like, the last 2 seasons of Fringe, but...
I understand why people would not like the second to last. I agree. It's one of those things where, on one hand, I miss Fringe, and I wish there was at least a show like that.
Yeah.
And I tried writing it, and I tried getting it made, and that was all thing. But the second to last season
retconned everything that happened.
I had issues with it, but I did think that as far as if you were going to end the show, the end of season 4 is how I would have wanted it to end. Right? Where it's September showing up in the lab, setting up that something else is going to happen, some mystery and then, like, if we just stopped there and we never got any answers, okay, congratulations, we've resolved all the stuff that had been built up. We are being told that there is yet another mystery, like it always is with a J.J. Abrams show, but we aren't going to explore that. We're just like, cool, there is always it ends on this tone of, like, there is always some new mystery, there is always more out there. It leaves the observers still largely just like a thing that is never explained for people to speculate about, instead of making them boring future fascists. Like, I just think that would have been a really great place to end it.
Also, apparently, I just looked it up. I can no longer use any vehicle other than the limo until I quit my job.
Oh, well, I better finish this job then.
Yeah, no kidding.
I don't know. And then, but, like, I am... So again, I also do understand why people would also have issues with season 4. I feel like I kind of remember having some problems with it. But I did not, not to a degree of, like, oh, I'm angry that the show is doing this, unlike the last season where it was like, this is pointless, why are we doing this?
This isn't Fringe anymore.
Like, again, it would have been, like, fine as its own show, and I kind of try to mentally think of it that way.
Right, but, like, it isn't Fringe.
Yeah. I much prefer to imagine Fringe ending with season 4. But all the shows that were made by people who worked on Fringe and were kind of doing similar things, I think we talked about this last week or 2 weeks ago. Like, they just always get canceled after, like, 12 episodes. Right?
Yeah.
Like, Almost Human, Alcatraz, most recently Debris. There was at least one other one in there, and it's like, cool, wow, we're really doing a bunch of stuff where it's like this feels like it's the same sort of like, you know, spirit as Fringe was, and then it gets canceled. There was one episode of Debris that was, I legitimately, like, I can't quite explain how, because it's towards the end of the run, right? There's been episodes, there's been various, but like, I legitimately was watching it thinking, like, is this going to end with like Fringe Division showing up and like ambering this hole in reality? Like, I feel like they were very much like going so close to Fringe area stuff that I thought, oh well, it's a bunch of the same people making it, why not? But no.
Back to the story that I never wrote.
Yeah.
It was gonna be like, the three timelines all like merged together, and so there was like generally one person, one instance of any given person from like a timeline. So there'd be like, there'd be the somber timeline versions of like Rarity, the changeling timeline version of Pinky and Fluttershy, the Nightmare Moon timeline versions of Rarity. Interestingly, there would be both the Sombra and Nightmare Moon timeline versions of Rainbow Dash, since she was at like the nexus of the timeline divergence.
Makes sense.
The only reason that the changeling timeline version there of her isn't there, aside from the fact that we never see her in the show, as I just explained, it is, oh yeah, she just died to changelings before the split happened, or like after the split happened, but before the merge happened, before Twilight showed up. So the two Rainbow Dashes incidentally fight on opposite sides, because one's with Nightmare Moon and one's with Celestia's army. So it's interesting. They end up merging together, and they have to figure out like, who am I?
Just sonic rain boom into each other, shattering the timeline even further.
See, the thing is, that's not entirely far off. Like they're both like they're both like fighting over like the stone version of the element of loyalty, and like they're both like grabbing onto it, and they just both do like a double rain boom into the ground. And like clambering up out of the smoke is a single Rainbow Dash wearing the necklace.
Astounding. We've been launching Pegasi at each other at relativistic speeds, attempting to find evidence of the element of blood.
This is what they do at Pony CERN. Also, even more chaotically, there are 3 Twilight Sparkles. None of them have their mark, of course.
Yeah.
One of them is going to be like one of them is basically going to be Twi from Equestria Girls.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is going to be like future Twilight from It's About Time in, I think, season 1. With like the cat suit and the eye patch and
I want to say there was season 2.
It might have been season 2. Early, at least. Unicorn Twilight.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So one of them is that. I haven't said what the third one is, though.
No.
They also end up combining and basically looking like canon Twilight afterwards. But yeah, of course, they have to, find the elements of harmony to stabilize the timeline and get rid of Nightmare Moon first, because, like, basically with both Celestia and Nightmare Moon around, it's in perpetual twilight, if you'll pardon the joke, where basically the sun and moon are both up at the same time, and it's like half the sky is day, half the sky is night. I think they did that in one episode.
I mean, I would contest that also that just normally happens.
Well, yeah, but like half the sky is daylight, half the sky is night.
Yeah. That's how Earth is.
You know what I mean.
That's very much like in the same spirit as like when they're describing the Everfree Forest.
Right.
And it's just like, yeah, that's how the wilderness works.
As well as I saw a screenshot of someone in Among Us named Air, and someone in the chat like, I saw Air go into vents. Yeah, that's how vents work.
It's true.
But yeah, they're able to like stabilize the timelines and prevent them from degrading any further, but they are, stuck permanently merged together.
Mm.
And then they have to deal with they still have to deal with Sombra and the Changelings, which are now teaming up as an alliance of convenience against the elements of harmony. I haven't really planned anything beyond that, though, aside from stuff like a couple of secondary characters. Like in the Changeling timeline, which was the one where Starlight talked the bullies out of bullying Fluttershy in the first place and got them to be friends instead. In that timeline, Fluttershy and one of the bullies actually ends up getting married. 11,426 vehicles have been removed.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that's just gonna keep escalating, isn't it?
Why?
Holy shit.
God, yes, response to this image is Carboys.
Ugh.
Good lord.
Jeeb's
There's
a
nothing good about this.
Anu Jeeb wasasi passimo.
Ah, yes. I love Carboys, starring Griffin McElroy and...
I'm assuming that's funny.
Yeah. I know the other guy has been excised from the community.
No.
I believe the kids call it being cancelled. From what I understand,
Is that what the kids call it?
I don't know. The point is, apparently, he was a real creeper behind closed doors.
Why are so many people like that?
Mm. Personally, I think they should redub the entire series and just replace all of his stuff with Justin. And, like, he doesn't get a script or anything, he's just reacting to everything Griffin says.
Yeah, just doing, oh god, what was that dub?
Real-time fan dub?
No, the ghost stories.
Oh, yeah. Like Griffin's dialogue, Griffin's stuff is exactly the same, except every time like he says the other guy's name, it's just dubbed over by Griffin, the same sound clip of Griffin saying Justin.
Well, it's not the laziest someone can be with trying to replace one person or character with another.
Shoutouts to the original dub of Voltron, where they combined two characters into one because the first character died and then the similar looking guy came in to replace him, but they wanted to censor the death, so they just had it be, oh yeah, this is the same guy, this is still Sven, or whatever his name was.
Yeah. That was, dubs do weird things sometimes.
I'm just thinking about how there's one scene in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds where there's like a background character who resembles Joey Wheeler.
Yeah.
And so the dub just adds like crowd chatter of, is that Joey Wheeler? No, man, that's his cousin Jesse Wheeler. Like,
does that even make sense with the timeline?
No.
That doesn't make...
To be fair, 5Ds already doesn't quite make sense with its own timeline, because one of the main recurring characters, like the police officer, Ushio, he was like a bully in the same school class as the Yu-Gi-Oh! Cast in the manga.
I feel like I remember reading that got retconned as that was his ancestor or something.
Yeah, but, you know... Or Trudge, as the dub called him. I like how they took a character named Ushio in the sub and changed him to Tetsu Trudge in the dub. And then later on, when there was a series that had a character named Tetsuo Takeda, they changed him to Bronk Stone.
I remember we had some conversation about this before.
Oh yeah,
and there's like some weird thing about like there's an extra layer of stupid on like how that choice seems to have been made.
Right, like
I don't remember
the main characters all get their names to stay the same, except for Jaden. He's the outlier.
Yeah.
So you know, even in that series specifically, Yuma Skumo is Yuma Skumo. Kotori, I don't remember what her family name is, becomes Tori Meadows. And Tetsuo Takeda becomes Bronk Stone. 2,806 vehicles.
There is some degree of localizing names that I think, you know, I generally just don't agree with anyway. I'm like, yeah, alright, whatever, fine.
Like, at least be consistent about it.
Yeah. I always say, like, Digimon is always, like, another one.
And then there's Pegasus in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! As well. Like, in the dub, he's Maximilian Pegasus, of course.
Yeah.
But in the sub, he's Pegasus J. Crawford. Why did they feel the need to change that?
Oh, God, I bet you there's some stupid legal reason. There's got to be some actual
Pegasus
J. Crawford,
Jeremy Crawford
or something that... was like, no, you can't.
Yeah, maybe the J stands for Jeremy.
That's
Yugi boy, I've decided to sell industrial illusions to Wizards of the Coast. We're going to create dungeon dice monsters and dragons.
well, but Dungeon Dice Monsters wasn't Industrial Illusions. It was what's his name?
Yeah,
that he wanted to get bought by Industrial Illusions.
Oh yeah, which I think he did, but
I have no recollection of whether that actually ever happened.
Yeah, I think at the end of the episode, he got his delayed email from Industrial Illusions from Pegasus. He wanted to make Dungeon Dice Monsters global, and then it never got mentioned again.
Yeah, which sucks because it was actually very cool.
But they printed some of his monsters as Yu-Gi-Oh cards, like Orgoth the Relentless, like years later.
I still want the unfolding dice stuff. Like
there was
one Game Boy Advance game of it, you know? And it's like, why can't we have more of that?
Yeah. Shoutouts to Pegasus's fate being completely different between the anime and the manga.
I mean, that happens to...
Yeah, like, in the manga,
right?
I think he dies after Duelist Kingdom. Like, Yami Bakura just kills him. But then, like, in the anime, he sticks around and, you know, is mentioned again in later filler arcs, like the Waking the Dragons arc. And then he shows up in person in GX 10 years later in Universe. So, you know. They didn't adapt that into the GX manga. Admittedly, they didn't really adapt much into the GX manga because of that was the point where they started to just go off the rails.
Yeah.
You know the situation with the Yu-Gi-Oh mangas?
Not particularly.
So the thing is, of course, the
original guy died. Other than that, no.
Yeah, that was like recent though.
That was like, but that's like the only like. I haven't read any of them. I heard that happen. No, that's not true. Way back in the day when it was in Shonen Jump, I read like the beginning of the original one.
Yeah. So the thing is, the original Duel Monsters manga was adapted into the Duel Monsters anime.
Yeah.
I guess the manga was just called Yu-Gi-Oh, but you know what I mean.
Right after we had all the other games.
Yeah. And then the GX anime started, and then they adapted the anime into a manga.
Right.
So it went the other way around, except they took more creative liberties in the manga. Like, most people have different decks, for example, and the storyline is completely different. Like, Jaden, his ace monster in the manga is elemental hero Terra Firma.
Oh, you know what? I feel like that also. I think that was in Shonen Jump. I feel like maybe I read a little bit of that.
And it's got like elemental hero Woodsman and elemental hero
Yeah,
Ocean, and for a while he used masked heroes instead.
Mm-hmm.
And there was stuff like, Zane's ace monster, Cyber El Tannen, and Chumley didn't exist. Bastion and his yokai deck, and he had a crush on Alexis. Chaz's signature monster, Light and Darkness Dragon, who, alongside Winged Karibo, was two halves of a ancient spirit that judged the ancient evil Egyptian spirit guy Tragodia, who was the final boss and main villain. He just had this completely own plot, and then that kind of continued throughout the following series, like the 5Ds manga. They started having like counterparts of all the signature cards, like instead of Stardust Dragon, Yusei had Stardust Spark Dragon, for example.
Yeah.
And they all had counterparts, and they weren't Signer Dragons, they were dual dragons, and there was the actual marks of the dragon weren't a thing, and also the Crimson Dragon was actually called like Ultimaya Sulkin, and it was evil. And, they just kind of recontextualized, reimagined everything, using the character designs, and that's about it. And then I think the funniest thing was with the Arc V manga, where, Yuya and his counterparts were actually siblings instead, and also, the main female lead, Yuzu, at the end of the manga gets sent back in time and becomes their mom.
That... Okay.
Huh?
Sure.
In the anime, she's his main love interest, but in the manga, she's his
mom. It's uncomfortable. I want to know why they had to change Pegasus's name.
I think they were just what they did. Except for Yugi. I think this gig is actually bugged because it keeps saying, go to your gig location.
Unfortunate.
I think what I'm actually going to do is, let's see, somewhere in here. Can't cancel a regular gig, I can only cancel steady gigs. Oh well.
While the mob secret
Frogman incident,
Can't
singing
you
for
warm
tips.
a flag? Sandy Max, go my camouflage. Some secret.
Party time!
Sombra. Ah. Oh, God.
I think I'm gonna start working on my scuba diving skill.
How to sing underwater.
Yeah. It is very silly that I'm forced to use the limo.
It's true.
Like, why did they think that was a good idea?
Oh, you know, they didn't. They just didn't think.
Me either, buddies.
True. Like thoughts? Oh, no, thank you. I try not to. That one I know is a Tumblr thing, although I do not actually remember the exact context. There's probably cryptotheism. Yeah.
There's a panel from a comic that I'm reminded of, which, once again, I will post at live blog.
Enjoy.
Which the original author's like, I think this panel can kind of just stand on its own.
Yeah.
I try not to stand on jellyfish.
Probably a good philosophy. You would not want a jellyfish to stand on you.
You know, I'd never considered that as a possibility in the first place.
A jellyfish standing on you?
Yeah, it's not something that really comes to mind frequently.
There are so many things that can come to mind. Does anything really come to mind frequently?
Yeah, things like, I'm hungry. Or I'm sleepy.
Well, yes, but those are...
Boring?
Well, I was gonna say, like, I was gonna make absolutely unnecessary philosophical distinctions between those sensations and thoughts, but arguably that's not something that anyone gives a damn about, so... Sure.
That applies to the lots of things I talk about.
Well, no, I've been listening to a podcast that is the history of philosophy without any gaps, and it is amazing how much time, like, medieval philosophers spent on, like, basically what counts as thinking, and then where does the thinking come from, and where does it go?
Where does it come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
Well, I mean, most of them said God, but, you know. Who's to say those are two different things?
I don't seem to have the diving skill for some reason, and I also can't seem to go take a class in it.
Who is
Wait,
who is
yes,
to
I can.
say
Never mind.
that Cotton Eye Joe is not one of the 9 million names of God? Have you ever read that short story? I think it's by Arthur C. Clarke. It's it was from like right when computers started to be a thing. And I've been thinking about it because it kind of reminds me of a lot of the AI stuff now, in just sort of the way that some of the stuff is sort of spoken of in the abstract. But it's a sci-fi story. These people are going to this planet that's like, I'm probably misremembering the details, but basically like it's a planet that either is or has a monastery of some kind on it. And they're gonna install these computers, and the people installing the computers are kind of like laughing at how the monks think the computers are going to help them complete their task, which is to figure out all the 9 million names of God, which they believe that once all the 9 million names of God have been spoken, the universe will have fulfilled its purpose and finally like end. And so they're just sort of like having this conversation as they're installing it, and then once they're done and it starts going, there's some, something of like, oh well, it did it, and then like the last line of the story is that like the stars have started going out. Like, wild. I guess it did it.
Guess so.
But what's like funny is like there's like, because they describe the language that these names are in, people have like then gone on to like to try to figure out like, okay, mathematically, how many names actually could this have actually like could be made using the system? And I feel like the answer, if it was either much more or much less than 9 million.
But I feel like that trying to figure that out also falls a little like, at least
you're missing the point of the story too.
Like it on some level falls under like, we created the Torment Nexus from a hit novel. Don't create the Torment Nexus.
I mean, again, this is one of those things where this was not meant to be a like
sure, but just like
apocalyptic
philosophically.
end. But yeah.
I feel like that post was also specifically about people trying to recreate Squid Game.
The Torment Nexus one?
Yeah.
Oh, I could have sworn it was about the metaverse.
Oh.
Like, I distinctly remember, right, because it was everyone kept fucking citing Snow Crash as their inspiration for making this stuff.
Oh, okay.
And it's like, go read that book again, please. I think you're missing the point if you come away from Snow Crash with like, yeah, we should all always be plugged into a virtual reality system.
Sci-fi author. In my book, I invented the Torment Nexus as a cautionary tale. Tech company. At long last, we've created the Torment Nexus from the classic sci-fi novel Don't Create the Torment Nexus.
Like, it's happened a bunch, but the one that I most distinctly remember is it was the person behind Fortnite explicitly saying that they wanted to create the world from Snow Crash. And then it's one of those things where it's like, because this was around the same time where it's like, you can tell how old someone is by whether their point of reference is Snow Crash or Ready Player One.
We are underwater. Funny Norbit swimming moments. Oh, my phone is still ringing underwater.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna mess with the reception probably, but it's not undoable.
Wait, where am I going? Norbis, what are you doing?
You're gonna have trouble answering the phone underwater, I guess.
Why did he just get out of the water?
I didn't want to get pruny fingers.
Norbis! Why did you do that? I didn't tell you to do that.
Oh no, he's self-aware.
Huh. I mean, that's annoying. He was there for like 2 minutes. Norbert's like, I hate water. Hey, fine, read a book on this island.
Being a digital entity that runs on delicate electronics, I do not wish to be wet. But the water isn't real, it's simulated, like you. Shut up, I don't care. Don't tell me to shut up.
It's a back waving the snosh.
This is a great spot for practice and perform for tips.
Whips and flabby pin.
Okay, go scuba diving again now that you finished depressurizing.
I always think about how blobfish look normal in their own pressure.
Yeah.
I told my brother that the other day. He did not know that.
You're just being mean to them for no good reason.
I mean, even if they did look like that, like, we shouldn't be mean to them.
Right.
But also, that's not what they look like.
And also, we're hurting them.
Yeah. But, you know, I mean, people do tend to do that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We should probably stop.
Funny, Norvis in scuba gear. Sounds of somebody. Oh, hey, mermaid. She's forgot to put her tail on, though.
That's interesting. What does that mean for, like, merfolk? That they, like, they have
I don't know,
to...
I think she's using the animations as if she had her tail on.
Oh,
Black. Huh? Redfin.
The legs are an illusion. A glamour to deceive us into thinking that they are human.
You must befriend this mermaid.
Crabza. Dangle. Lupe. Ow. Robu. Aha. So. Funny.
It's very impressive that you're managing to speak with that apparatus, though.
Right? Norbert can now scuba dive at Davy Jones' locker. So normally there's like a a limit to how much you can breathe underwater before you have to surface, but I got a lifetime reward called Iron Lungs, so I don't.
Remember, Norbus is becoming human.
Allegedly. If anything, I should have started with all of them and then got rid of them over time.
Why? He's becoming human. But then one must ask,
Oh
what
my God.
are we becoming?
I just see the shadow of someone T-posing on the surface. Just on their boat. Like the camera, like they rotated as well, but they were definitely T-posing.
People do T-pose sometimes. It's a yoga position. There are some religions where I think that they do it to pray. Like, it is a thing that people will sometimes do in real life.
Norbus, go home. Norbus, go sleep.
All missing sleep.
Norbus will dream of things that make you weep.
It's true.
I love a swimming outfit. Shame we don't get to see it very often. Sorry, I couldn't mute in time.
It's okay, it happens.
No.
10,482 vehicles have been removed. These things happen.
Question mark.
I think 11,000 is still the record, though.
I'm telling you, eventually there will be such a high number that simply displaying it will be at the limits of your computer's capacity.
I feel like if it gets that far, the game will have probably crashed already.
And the universe with it. Like, it's weird. We've noticed that the gravitational constant has changed slightly, and the only explanation we can think of is that the universe crashed and got rebooted, and it got reset to the correct parameters that it was always supposed to be. It was the Tumblr post making fun of or parodying the died and came back wrong of guy who was always kind of messed up, then died, and when he comes back he's completely normal.
Yeah.
And someone's like, yeah, he just needed to. Someone just needed a hard reset. You know, maybe the universe is like that.
Yeah.
Once it has a hard reset, all the vehicles will be back in their place. They won't be unruly, needing to get deleted. Orbis will not be as Norbis.
I think I can't actually stay here for too much longer because I'm also getting athletic EXP, and I don't want that.
Why?
Because I don't want to get athletic level 10 before I get one of the lifetime wishes that requires it.
Oh. Are you likely to get to level 10 from just doing that?
Well, I mean, I'm currently at level 9, and I just hit level 9, so...
Okay, well, that is a challenge then. What will you do if you do get 10 before you get that?
Be sad about it. Come back, merman! We have so much to talk about, you and I.
Do you?
Yeah, apparently by speaking with him, I've learned he is a great kisser.
By speaking with him, you say?
By speaking with him, yes. I'm wearing a scuba outfit. How, like, it's not like I can find it any other ways.
You know, that's a fair point. Unless when we weren't paying attention, it's like, well, I can't breathe down here without my apparatus. Like, oh, I'll share my air with you.
That seems impractical.
No, shush.
I like that just by talking to this guy, I'm somehow gaining diving skill just by being here. So the objective is to become good friends with a mermaid, and then they can show me the way to one of the hidden islands.
Oh. That never goes poorly for anyone.
I do think it's a little funny that the socialization is talk about shells, talk about sharks, talk about fish, discuss kelp recipes, enthuse about diving, repeat.
Well, again, like, what else are you going to talk to about a being that has a very different, like, environment that they're in? Right? Like, you're not. Yeah. What are you going to have in common, you know?
Well, apparently he's a bookworm also, so...
How? The pages would get down.
They can go out of the water. As you can see by the fact that they're rendering wrong, the fishtail can become legs.
Well, then, frankly, they should have a larger variety of things they can talk about.
It's probably because they're underwater that they're the only options. Funny enough, by chatting, I am gaining level in diving, but not in athletic.
Huh. That'd be wild if, like, yeah, merfolk can go on land, but because of the difference in, like, oxygen level and everything, it's essentially an altered state of consciousness for them. And so they generally can't, like, remember their time on land very well once they've gone back into the water. I think that would be interesting.
I think Sims should add selkies.
That's not a word. That's not a terrible idea. Why not?
Did you ever see that one light novel, visual novel thing about the lesbian Selkie romance?
No, but that sounds either cute or possibly very tragic.
I think it falls under cute. It was also by the same author as what was that comic actually called? From Strong Female Protagonist. If you've ever read that.
It sounds familiar. I don't think I ever read it.
Hey, Salty, autonomously decide to show me to the island. I can't ask you for it. You have to do it yourself.
Such are the laws of the ancient magic.
Yeah.
One may not be compelled into revealing the secret.
Yeah. $8,108 vehicles have been removed.
Oh, it's going down. We're winning the war.
Winning the war on cars.
Yeah.
Alright, we gotta go sleep.
Sleep is important.
It's important. Wait, why did you get out of bed while still tired? You barely slept. Go back to bed.
Me, every morning.
Oh, he came over to visit. The only thing I can say to him, I can't invite him inside. I can only say, stop doing that. If that's not.
Oh, yeah?
If that's not a mood.
If that's not a mood, then it is at least a vibe.
Funny drink for Norbus. Norbus, use some green sound.
Use green sound that is green.
We're off to the, quote, coffee house, end quote.
I think it would be funny to open a coffee house and name it that.
Just quote, coffee house, end quote.
Yeah, not like actually in quotes.
Just like
right?
the words.
The words, yeah.
I mean, have you ever seen a picture of that one restaurant named Thai Food Near Me?
Yeah, I mean, that's actually just smart, right?
Like, if it works, right?
It's better than committing arson against the other. Like, that's just the modern version of, like, it used to be. There, you would have a bunch of places that had names that started with, like, a double A, so that they'd show up first in the phone book.
Nope. Come on, stop snapping. Nope. Come. Fine, you can face that way, I guess. But I want you to face that way. I mean, you can't. Okay, fine. I don't get it.
Me when I don't get something.
Good enough. I can make a pose now that I've got my lights.
Sombra,
Look at him go.
Stunt new.
Kara, what did? Hey, I'm busy. You can't just waltz onto the stage.
Says who? I mean, demonstrably I can, so you know. Call now, and you'll get this cutest collection, including such things.
Ebsy Bo!
Sam Salah. But Tom. Huh? Huh?
That's so.
Posing autonomously at this point. Look at him go.
Guys in cave, Bushoy. Oh, ha ha ha!
Saved the game.
Saving. We interrupt your game for this saving. Please hold.
Just imagine you're watching a concert and then suddenly all the performers freeze and then just a big old now saving pops up.
Yeah. Is that not what normally happens?
I know Improv Everywhere did a fake TED Talk. It was kind of like that with the loading screen.
Yeah.
Oh, Lish.
Flubbo.
Flabao. You're now level 9. We are a superstar.
One more level and we'll never have to hear sing again.
Yep.
For $4,000, you will buy my silence.
Pretty much. You
So toy.
mermaid signaled. Oh, here he is. Oh, he's evil. Okay.
Just, oh, he's evil.
Yeah. Like, legit, he has the evil trait, I think. Sims 3 Salty Seaworth. Yup, he has the evil trait, according to the wiki.
Great job. And you let him into your home.
Technically, I did not. I let him up to my front door.
I think it would be very distressing if you saw your own stats and heavy evil trait, and you're just like, what? Hold up. What? No.
I know there's a I don't know if you've ever read the So I'm with Spiders, So What series.
Yes.
But I'm just thinking about just the confusion of when they when they like get their skills appraised and they look at their list of skills, and amidst their skills is n% I equals W.
Yeah.
And it has like no description or anything. It's just like, huh?
If I recall, that wound up being very important.
Oh yeah, it's critically important.
Yeah. It's been a little while.
It allows them to...
Yeah, that was the whole...
It's what allows the reincarnations to keep their memories from their previous life.
Yeah, that's what I...
And like as well, it allows them to actually use the system of all of the
yeah.
Because otherwise they'd just be normal humans without aid to skills and stuff.
Yeah. But it is one of those things where when you see it, they're like, well, what the hell does that mean?
Yeah. That series, like, I've been reading it, but it kind of goes off the rails from its original concept.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, I'm invested and want to see how it ends, but, like, what happened?
I don't know how far I read or whatever. I feel like it was whatever was available at the time. I'm not, like, it didn't have the strongest rails to begin with.
Sure. But, like, the whole premise was, like, oh, I've been reincarnated as a spider, and now I'm in this video game world with all these video game skills.
Yes.
So, there are three things that were relevant. Firstly, she was always a spider. The memories she has aren't hers.
Right, yeah.
Second, she is no longer a spider. She is now a humanoid god.
Yeah.
And third, she no longer has video game skills because she is a god. Yeah. And she spent basically by becoming a god, she basically had to relearn how to do everything, and she was just kind of depowered for a while. And now it's about saving the world from exploding from overuse of the magic system, and they're basically trying to destroy the world to save the world, kind of thing.
Yeah. People do that a lot.
And literally allied with the Demon Lord. Which is something that I don't think you see much of in these stories that always have a Demon Lord.
No, I feel like it should happen more often, though, frankly. Because it feels like it's one of those things, like, there's actually a lot of room for storytelling, and, like, there's this being that we have culturally been brought up to believe is, you know, inherently this fundamentally evil thing, and maybe that's actually just, you know, maybe it's just like how it is with actual religion, where it's like, oh, yeah, no, that's because the dominant religion wanted to vilify the other religion's god, and so they said it was a demon, and then everything that they did was evil, and it's like, oh, actually, maybe they're not that bad. Maybe there's something, like, maybe the people saying that they're evil are the evil ones. Like, there is, like, room for that kind of thing, and when you have something as definitive, it's like, yeah, it's the Demon Lord, you know, that's a place to maybe do that.
I also liked how what Campfire Cooking in Another World with My Absurd Skill did, which, as an aside, I love how these days
anime are so...
We're getting closer and closer to troll movie titles from Homestuck. No, it was like, what was I saying? Right, like the couple of humans get isekai'd into the fantasy world, and they're tasked to go off to fight the Demon Lord. and like the protagonist immediately realizes that this all seems a bit suspicious, and like, you know, it's the king is incredibly like covered in jewelry and stuff, like a display of wealth and power,
Yeah.
while the kingdom is like, you know, impoverished and stuff. And apparently the whole going to war with the demon lord thing was entirely like that kingdom making a grab for power.
Yeah, no, like I think that we have like on one like for like there are absolutely some things where it's like this thing is evil and this thing is I know we need to do, but like we have had so many stories of it that like no, let's subvert it some more. Let's again let's have those other versions of it. You talk to it was like or like you like talk to a bunch of demons. It's like I'm gonna go stop the demon lord. Like that's not gonna do anything. We don't listen to him. He just calls himself that.
Oh, be shown secret island. Here we go.
Oh boy.
Follow me, and I'll show you the way to the mermaid's secret island. Let's.
Like it'd be very. It's like, oh, we thought stopping the demon lord would stop the demons, but it turns out that like, no one listened to him. Right? It's demon lord in the same way that, there's the line from that episode of Doctor Who where Amy says, Rory's like, well, he is called a Time Lord, and Amy's just like, that's just what they're called. That doesn't mean they know what they're doing.
Here we go. Hooray! Thank you, buddy. I now own this island legally.
Concerning.
Mine now.
Perhaps you were the villain all along.
I could move here.
I've seen this movie.
Here, buy my
No,
album,
I
by the
haven't.
way.
I've read this book.
Slarbazi Kriba Nu.
Ha, peanut java.
Zarko Mixafatazu. Ramahi Gaggle Zubogle. Saba?
Beautiful.
Maybe wa. Bawu jogsu.
Yap. Velk. Me yapsaga. Jiba?
Oh, we might come to our show tonight.
Oh boy.
Okay, bye.
And we never saw them again.
But yeah, now we have access to this island.
Cool. We shall harvest it for all its resources to fund our war.
Yes, exactly.
Those who showed us the way here will regret it
Yes.
and wage futile attempt to stop us from annihilating the entire continent, shattering the laws of physics, and ushering in an era of untold suffering for countless lives.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's the brother's part.
Anyway, it has a couple of seashell spawners on it.
All good. I'm glad we've potentially taken advantage of an entire race and stolen their homeland for some seashells.
Yeah. Also, he gave us some mermatic kelp, so we could become a mermaid if we want to at some point. There is nothing that actually requires us to become a mermaid, but we could.
I mean, maybe your conscience. Right? Maybe your soul requires
Can I
you
put
to
it
do
in the
that.
fridge? No.
Only after opening.
I'll just put it in my family inventory. Let's see.
Yeah.
We have a gig at 8:30 at the museum, and it might be broken.
Refrigerate or use within 5 florables or refrigerate. How long is a florable? That's some mer person time frame. Oh well, it's as long as, and then like some tide measurement that no person is ever going to keep track of. Like, oh right.
Oh, it's 12 quaxons.
Yeah. How long's that?
Well, it's a 12th of a florable.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh crap. Okay. How long is that in minutes?
What's a minute?
What's a minute? Yeah.
Well, it's 60 seconds. What's a second?
Who's on first? If it's
No, that's
second, what's
horrible.
first? What?
No, that's horrible.
Well, but like, if you don't know what a second is it
No,
like
have
the
you
actual...
seen that post? It's like all the different Doctor characters, like Doctor, Doctor, like Doctor Who, no, Doctor Horrible, no,
Oh, sure.
Doctor No.
Boom, supper Memsi wa kwan su mo Memsi wa kwan su bon Memsi wa ba mo si grip tag whip si beside down sao Kenzie wa ma flash Sandy Max go ma camouflage
Okay, here we go. Doctor Who's on first, Doctor Strange is on second, and Doctor House is on third. There's no way they're getting to a single inning. So who's on first? That's right. That's Strange. No, he's on second. Well, how's he on second if he's on first? No. House is on third. Second base is Strange. Well, this whole darn thing is strange, but what I'm asking is who's on first? Naturally. Who? Naturally. So naturally is the first baseman? No, the first baseman is who? Well, I don't know. That's how about you tell me? House is on third. No, I'm not asking you about third base. I'm asking you about first base. Who's on first? This is horrible. Dr. Horrible is the pitcher, not first base. That's not what I'm asking about. No, Dr. No is in the outfield, but let's not worry about them right now. I'm gonna reblog that, actually. Norbus EP.
Uh-huh.
So Norbus is going to take a nap.
Big move.
Norbus, take nap time so that he's ready for his big show tonight. If it, like, doesn't explode. I do want to try and get us to Vocal Legend today. I should have the wheel open.
When will you become a non-local legend?
Norbus, have a nap.
Nobel physicist disproves existence of local legends. All legends are non-local, observed from local conditions, or whatever the thing was.
go to your show, Norbus.
EP.
He had a nap. He's fine.
Yeah, you know what naps do? They just increase your sleep inertia. Have you ever woken up from a nap less tired than when you fell asleep?
So, it's the world of Sims. Naps actually work in The Sims.
Mm.
God, I wish that were me.
Mm. What was this has to have been a Tumblr post of like, what video game ability would you want if you could have any? And someone just like posted a picture of like the well-rested status from World of Warcraft.
Yeah. I think I also saw a version of that with the Skyrim. How many hours would you like to sleep?
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
That would be pretty good.
It's true.
Miarbsa.
Oh, Streen.
Slarch!
Farble. Websy Nobala. Haba? Or Herbo.
I hear ghost noises. There's Edward.
Jarka.
Buzzy
Miwanita.
nerd.
Gohan.
Waka. Zarkle.
It's like the only sim in town I recognize. By the way, have you noticed that Rubicel H. Taco hasn't been broken this entire time?
Gosh. Get
yeah.
I moved him to a different house between streams.
Yiga.
Excellent.
Vesmo Gabadi.
He was on a houseboat and I put him in a regular house, and now he is no longer exploding.
Blotney Ipto son. Sabib.
Why no
Globby Nord. Globby Nu. Tosh.
Arso Miswa Imzo Wamazabalu. Laga?
Jarka.
Buzzy
Miwanita.
nerd.
Gohan.
Waka. Bar Nibsy Habalu. Miwakawa Zigo Zakabatig. Huh?
Barzo. Warwika.
Nipsy Tor.
Warwika.
Yab.
Now Wadu Neem.
Zarmiar.
So it's time for my show, except it isn't.
Oh, good. I love temporal mechanics.
So this is broken.
Oh no. Can it be fixed?
No idea.
Oh.
But I'm scheduled for a gig at this time, but it does not actually start.
Oh, good.
Like, I can go up on stage, but it won't count.
Well, it's this time forever then.
Just gonna...
That's how it works. Unless it starts, it can never pass beyond this moment. They are calling you to ask you where you are.
Calling. Someone is calling. No.
Doobsel. Nippy Nor.
Let's collect these rocks.
Good luck, LeBron.
Now, Narbus, go home.
Have you ever played a video game so much that you started hearing the, like, item acquiring noise in real life when you pick things up?
I mean, I know Critical Role did a Tears of the Kingdom themed one shot a couple of weeks ago, maybe a week.
Oh,
and like
please
whenever
don't tell me it's weeks.
I think it was like a week. I just remember that when they cooked stuff or got items, Matt Mercer would play the item jingle. Probably like a week.
I don't know. I can't. Today some people were talking about having seen Spider-Verse, and I was just like, that doesn't come out till June. Oh no. It keeps happening. It keeps happening.
I told you about stairs, dog.
You would think after enough things that happen in June happen, I would remember it is June and not keep thinking it's like March.
No, this is not June, it's Pride Month. They're totally different things.
Every month is Pride Month.
Yibs! Ebby! Torb! Mabu!
You should not limit your pride to 1 month a year.
Yeah.
Be proud of yourself all of the time.
But then, like, July is Wrath Month, so...
Which month is Envy Month?
I don't know, we got options, I think.
Well, unless they go... Do they go... Let me think. I'm trying to think if Wrath comes after Pride in any of, like, the ways that they're normally ordered, and if we have to actually work off of that order.
A burglar was able to get away.
If we had 2 more months, we could have a month for each sin and each virtue.
Oh no, the police officer has the rebellious trait. That's a little awkward.
That's,
and inappropriate.
Oop,
we got a new record! 14,954, I think it was.
Okay, well, that's good. That's nice.
So many vehicles.
No problem there.
This is extremely normal.
Everything is normal.
Everything is Norvis.
It's true. Let's set the bravest warriors, I don't fucking know, I'm tired.
That's almost my Neopets username. But not quite.
Way to almost dox yourself, but not.
Oh no, people might find my Neopets account.
It's true.
What will I ever do then?
You'll have to go on the run. There's no other way.
Like how I just perpetually have a Signal Mermaid button now.
Why though?
Just so that I can have a mermaid show up whenever I like.
Why would they keep listening to... There was a whole episode of SpongeBob about this. Mermaid Man gave him the conscious signal. And he kept, like, misusing it.
Speaking of which, I'll do that right now. I'll misuse it. Alright, I have signaled them to come to my house, and now I'm going to leave my house.
That's very rude. Why would you do that?
Hey, maybe they can meet each other.
Nepnar.
Protege, Misa.
Gotta live.
Chihuahua Choo-Choo.
Neppy Furbaji.
Hey, they're meeting each other. Hooray.
Oh
my god, how much do they crank up that slider? Jesus.
Snagreeby. Pindala Nerb. Two bibs
I don't think that's how fabric works. Also,
Arbo Gwitchny.
I mean, you know. Who is to say fabric ever works?
Hmm. Yeah, now I can't cancel my gig there, so I can just never actually perform there.
Oh well.
At least not as a singer.
There's an arsonist.
We flap, we flap. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wabba mopsy grip, tag a whip, see beside down, south. Kenzie wama flaps, Zanzi mats go my camouflage.
They fit so tight.
Maybe it's Wabba Joe, Cadillac. Boom, supper throw.
Honey, Maka
Frogman incident earned a total of $188 in tips.
Oh.
What
Well,
time
that
to
was
save?
that's almost enough to cover the bus fare here.
Oh hey, the wheel spin thing shows the percentage chance of any given result now. It's a 1.3% at the moment.
Oh.
Freaking limo.
First year limo.
Vroom.
Vroom.
Like, surely this town could have invested in some bridges. Time to read about mixology. He is oops, I wasn't paying attention. I need to set up the stage.
Zaga!
Don't say not now. Have a drink, Norbus.
Zombra, Zombra, yeah.
Being myself.
Oh, ow!
Hansaku, feed me, padamu, possibly, maybe pop, tea, singular.
Okay, no, that's definitely the opening to some hit song from the 90s. That sounds, I'm sure of it. I could not tell you which one, but like, no, that was like on fucking Radio Disney or something.
Lord! Ah! Oh! 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 Ah! Sit back. Ha. Sit back. Sit back.
Maybe it's one but you Cadillac. Boom, supper throw. Some bright sun.
Woo! Go home, Norbus. Go de-stink yourself. You're smelly.
Dispose of smell with sound.
Yep, another 6,478 vehicles removed.
I wonder what kind of vehicles they were.
Probably boats.
What were they carrying?
If I had to guess, proprietors. Let's see what to do now, Norbus. I guess just keep reading your book.
What book are we on now?
Mixology Volume 3. Mikey is no longer tired, so let's go and, the fact that it perpetually says go to your gig location means that's super bugged.
No, that's just life if you're like, in the gig economy. You just have like a calendar. Like, let me look at my work calendar, and it's just like every minute of every day is filled in with a single 1 minute event that says go to your gig location. Not one location that spans the day, an individual separate one for each minute. And there's like one slot every other day at noon for lunch.
1 minute lunch.
Yeah.
Better unionize. Well, I guess you can't really unionize in a gig economy.
No, not after that proposition was passed.
I don't actually know, so I'm just...
I don't remember the details. I believe one of the things that unfortunately got passed because it got really misrepresented by the people who were trying to was like the thing with like Lyft. It was stopping that like Lyft drivers would have been able to negotiate, if not unionize, and it got ruined because people are idiots. Like, I see no reason that, gig workers couldn't unionize. there are certainly unique challenges, like, in sort of to it happening, but I don't know why you wouldn't be able to.
Oh, there goes Kara.
Samo, Donsky, huh?
Farble. Websy number.
Oh wow, we have a whole 2 viewers. One of them is probably, well, I guess probably doesn't count me in the stream manager. I think one of them is you.
I have it open for the chat though.
So I guess one of those 2 viewers is you.
It also says 3 viewers for me actually. So I don't know.
The answer is
the
truth is unknowable.
I mean, it may be worth wrapping up if we're all sort of.
We're almost at Vocal Legend, so.
Oh, okay, all right.
I want to get that before we call it. I don't want to not get any done today, you know.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll wrap it up. Free us of our limo prison. Let us go back to the flying saucer.
Yeah. Please. I hear what sounds like some kind of like sci-fi space ray gun somewhere in the house. Not sure what to think of that. 4,990 vehicles removed.
I like the idea that it's the same vehicles. They keep coming back in and we have to keep kicking them out. How many times do we need to tell you? You're causing problems. You can't come back in. No, we'll behave this time. Okay, fine, come back. You're doing it again. Get out.
Oh, so I googled it, and apparently it might actually be like thousands of inactive limos.
There is a limo at every. The game assumes there is a limo at every position that is not in view, and only replaces it with space when it comes into view. Everything you cannot see is constantly taken up by limos.
Yeah. Obviously.
And they just disappear as soon as you.
Yeah.
There was like a SMBC of like, you technically can't prove that everything outside your field of vision is constantly just massive Hitlers. It's like, well, I guess, but that's not...
It's not useful.
No. There's lots of things I would prefer to think that everything outside of my perception is filled with other than Hitler.
It's a backward in the house. Lips and
Maybe everything is chocolate.
And if it is filled with Hitlers, they're not like doing much.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, yeah.
Hey,
what do you expect the corpse to do?
Hooray! We've completed Vocal Legend. Maybe it's time to spin that wheel.
Well, the next.
What do you want it to be if you can even read any of these?
I mean, I can read them. Basically, if I tilt my head a little bit, I manage to catch them as they're coming by. I actually, for some reason, while they're by the pointer, it's not as easy. But if I try to read it as they're going from being sideways to starting to actually be, horizontal as they're coming around, it's actually easier to actually catch each of them. I don't know. I don't know any of them.
I mean, not fair. Just what sounds fun just from the name alone. We're probably not going to get it, but
Uh, become a creature.
become a creature.
I know. I saw that.
Oh right, yeah, they cut off. That's become a creature robot crossbreeder. Let's spin.
Oh, that's less interesting.
Become a creature. I want that.
Truly, does not everyone desire to become a creature?
Please no, please no. Okay, that's easy. I was so worried we were gonna have to go back to school again. Reach max influence with all social groups, and it's cut off on stream, but trust me.
Yeah. I believe you.
It is also the least interestingly named Lifetime Wish.
That's for sure. It's really just sort of the, Bob of Lifetime Wish names.
Yeah, and a lot of them have fun descriptions and stuff. Oh no, this one is reach action influence with all social groups. Okay.
Alright, well, I guess you'll have to do that next week.
It's honestly pretty easy. I wonder if I can just do it now.
Oh, really that easy? Alright.
We can certainly try.
Alright, let's give it a shot. And then we'll have to spin it again.
We're not going to become a video game developer.
It'd be very funny if in-game you choose to become a video game developer, you just get a little message that's just look, we wouldn't recommend it.
I'm not going to become a sports agent. This is the least interesting Lifetime Wish in the game.
Is it really just a question of, do you have enough points to...
I mean, there's other ways to get them, but...
Oh, yeah,
Wow, we did it! Brr, 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 brr. I forgot to even change the wish counter, so we're just going to go straight from 7 completed to 9 completed.
I mean, I ran into something kind of like this. I've been playing Sonic Frontiers, and it's go get vault keys. I'm going to go do some fishing. Oh, okay, well, now I have enough for the entire island just from fishing.
Yeah, I bought 10,000 cocoa from Big at one point.
Yeah, I've just done that, and I was on when my Switch died because I had it in handheld. I was on my way to trade those in. I'm on the last island now, so.
The Culinary Librarian.
Yeah.
All right, this one will be quick too, but we can do this next time.
You have to shelve and organize all the different foods.
It is learn, quote, all, end quote, of the cooking recipes. Except that's not actually what it is.
Oh, wow. That would be... I kind of want to see, though, a library of food, really been using the food, right? Because you wouldn't be able to... I guess you could...
Yeah. It says...
you know how, at Japanese restaurants, right? They'll have, the very realistic-looking models of all the different dishes in the window?
Sure, yeah.
I want that. But, shelves and shelves and shelves of them, and it's just, all the different foods ever. Just models of them.
Let's quit our job.
We quit. Take your limo and go.
Spurgog? Jesus, Spurgog.
Yeah, well, man.
We do not need this limo anymore.
Yeah.
Fire the agent. Burn down the record maker. Annihilate the concept of sound.
Yay! There we go. Thank you. Welcome back, Space Car 5.
Space Car 5. We didn't murder our husband for nothing.
And let's change back into our everyday outfit. So, how are we now going to get a bunch of nerd, jock, and rebel wishes? So, the thing with Culinary Librarian is it says learn every recipe. Not true. You need to
Learn.
learn a number of recipes equal to the number of recipes that are in the base
We're in
game.
the base game, of
But,
course.
there's so many more of them now that,
God,
even
there's,
without reading any books, you'll get it before you even hit level 10.
I feel like I played a game fairly recently that had a very similar thing of like, this is not actually checking if you have all of it. It is checking if you have the number that there was.
The
and
number, and
it's
not,
just like,
yeah.
cool, you have that right away. Like, that's not an issue. And I can't remember what it was, but that's definitely a thing that happens sometimes, yeah.
I do think that we still managed to complete 2 wishes today.
Well, that's how it is. Sometimes it takes, a week and 1.9 weeks, and sometimes it takes 5 minutes.
Let's get two more down while we're here. We have the books.
Oh no, really?
Just real quick. I don't know if this will be.
But
enough,
we didn't
but
get
it'll be
them on
hilarious.
the. We didn't get them on the wheel. It doesn't count.
No, we already have these recipe books. I'm just gonna read.
Oh, not 2 more wishes. 2 more.
No. We have completed the culinary librarian.
Oh wow, really? That was it.
That was enough.
All right, great. Can we get one more in here? What's up next? Come on.
Spin that wheel. Oh God!
If only real life was this easy.
Descendant of Da Vinci. Okay, that one will take some doing.
Yeah, first off, we have to go back in time and engineer several bloodlines. It's not eugenics, because we're doing it to ourselves.
So, descendant of Da Vinci. So we need to master the inventing skill, the painting skill, and the sculpting skill.
I mean, Da Vinci did more than that.
Yeah, we learned all 28 recipes.
Hang on.
Wow!
First off, I bet you Da Vinci knew more than 28 recipes. All right. Well, I guess that'll be that's gonna be next time. Okay. But well, we got 2 more in the okay. Remember to update the counter accordingly.
Yep. It's now at 10 out of 85.
85. Okay. Well, at this rate, we'll be done with the goals by the end of the year.
Right?
It's a way to spend your Sundays, I suppose.
Yeah, let's become friends with the Kraken.
Oh boy, the Kraken.
Let's see. Let's also... let's be an efficient inventor. That'll be useful.
That's probably good for the thing, yeah. Although, that may also not really line up with Da Vinci when one actually thinks about it. Like, between things that he designed and things he invented, the efficiency between those two is not.
Yeah. Oh, and we'll get Artisan Crafter, which gives us higher quality inventors and sculptures.
Oh, perfect. Can we build the helicopter?
I would love to build a helicopter. Just because we did that, let's be born to cook. And, let's get that too.
Alright.
Alright.
Fantastic.
We have got so many of these.
So many.
And there's still more to be had.
It's true.
So, again, thank you for coming.
Thank you for having.
I'll see you next time for more Morbus. Bye-bye.
Sayonara.